Recording. Let's go. Hopefully, I can do my, you know what would be better? Removing the big dumb graphic in the middle. Imagine verifying that run on the leaderboard with just the BRB image just sitting there forever. That's not... Oh. One of these days... The problem is I'm used to starting my splits, and like with the auto splitter, you have to reset to make it work right. So yeah, I think I'll go for all. I saw him doing a run last night. How'd that turn out? 1, 2, please no? Of course. I'm not gonna take a... I actually gotta race him.
You're coming with us.
I gotta race somebody. Died to Specimen. Sounds about right. I don't know why I bitched out of the second roll. I think I just wanted to actually start the run. Specimen sucks, dude. Like, even with the SD shenanigans, like, sometimes you can fuck that setup up. I found that taking his back to do the full combo is a lot more reliable, because then that way you can fish out the hit after he spins around. For the into SD. As long as you don't get fired, you can... Why? Speaking of fired, my brain is gonna get fired. Whatever. Let's go. Weakness.
Let's go.
Weakness. So, I'm waiting for... hopefully Wazzy stays in the server and nothing happened, because I want to work on plat %. He was mentioning that he wanted to... finish up a save and have my help routing chapter 17 and 18 right off the bat. He wants to finish normal or easy, do the VR training, and then go straight into 17 and 18. I'm actually considering doing self-destruct on E-skill with a warding. I need him to grab warding though, because I'm going to put warding subversion on and roll for the quarters and see how reasonable it is. Because you only need to hit one of those to get your limit. Your limit doesn't dissipate when you die. So you only need to hit like one self-destruct out of 2. Although I think if you can get the warding to 50%, you'd be a lot better off. But if you grab that and carry it with you through the VR chamber, you should be able to get it up to 50%.
Pick up the pace.
Though you also need revive maxed out, because a rise instead of a rise is gonna suck. Oh, I have found a couple of holes in my self-destruct chicanery. Yeah, I do want a decision on what we're gonna do with the save loads, but it's also not worth it to me if it's going to literally just, like, vacate the Discord and lead to a new, like, double fraction Discord. Nah, fuck it. I'll take the save loads on the chin if that's the case. I'll run shitty category if that's what I have to do. Okay, get down here. Alright. Don't do it. Don't do it! It did it. Whoa! I can't believe I timed that. That was pretty cool.
And it's more of the same.
Please no. I should have tapped the wall.
Easy, right?
There we go. Whatever. More or less the same either way.
Now, on to the look.
All right. Thundera, Thundera.
We can take this hunk of junk. Is that right? Of course.
This movement,
He
though.
just had to get back up.
Okay, game. Look. Mm-hmm.
What are you?
What am I? 20-something? Yep, definitely 20. 21 exactly, actually. There's a joke in there somewhere that's actually funny. But yeah, I didn't expect this to be the... Out of all the things, save loads were the end of the fun. I could definitely... I heard there was a lot of tension in the background over glitches and stuff, but like... Rough. Very rough. I would hope that it would be... I guess it's a little bit... It's a little bit decisive. please shoot me. No! Out of combat, dude. I was gonna say, please shoot me out of combat.
Would suck us back up.
I think we were, I think that what Dessa said is very right. It shows a lack in moderation, and moderation can't fix people's attitudes, right? It literally cannot. All it can do is deal with it. But, it definitely shouldn't have come to this on such a silly issue. This is a little bit ridiculous. And by a little bit, I probably would just go the full mile and say very ridiculous. Alright, let's go. Thundiga. Sometimes I've gotten Thundiga out a little bit too early a couple of times. Yeah, I normally see about 1 crit out of Barret. Oops. Well, what do I mean, oops? I whiffed. Like I normally do. Oof. I am very happy to see my sum of best segments down to 435, though. I don't know if I can possibly do that. I think sub 440 is what I'm aiming for right now. ATB boost. I just want 66 seconds. Meme number achieved. Ooh, nice crit cloud. Push the phase a little bit early. I wish that this had happened over something far more important, though. Like a real category split, not just an inconvenient truth. And I think, like, the idea that, like, we're being lazy is fine. But I think it's really weird, right? Because to some extent, everybody should play it a way they enjoy. And having stuff in there that's a massive time save that can cause resets, I think is the reason we want it to be gone. But I think at the end of the day, it's... God damn it, that was really bad. It's our choice to use those glitches. And there's nobody holding a gun to our head saying, hey, if you don't go for that 50 seconds in time saves between those 2 frame-perfect save loads, I'm gonna blow you away, right? You're not gonna speedrun this game ever again. I'll cripple your hands or some crazy stuff like that. We can just say, thanks, but no thanks. And I wish that, like, we could have had the discussion about it and been able to decide that most people want to go thanks but no thanks because it's a little bit too difficult, and kind of can ruin fun. Because if you want to be like me and you want to climb ever higher, like, I would probably go for those, and it would cripple my runs, and I'd hate it. Because stuff like that is going to be the only way I can catch up to people that just flat out play better than me, that are just better at routing than me, or execution. Whatever it is, that's the gulf between me and, like, you or Ian. You know? Just sad. I almost wish I had never brought it up, and I'm not sure if I was the one that brought it up, but I wish we'd stay the fuck away from it. Really? Into... what am I doing? Good lord. Having a stroke, apparently. That's too far. There we go, whatever. I think Wody felt the same way, but god damn it. I definitely should have just said, fuck it. I think somebody would have brought it up either way, but when you see this kind of stuff happen, you're always going to feel like that at the end of the day, right? You're going to be like, oh, Jesus, what did I do? Oh, no. I have brought massive destruction when all I wanted was, like, clarification. And you think about it and you're like, I should have just said fuck it and let it be. But somebody would have brought it up sooner or later. It's kind of... Okay, get up here, Barret. Thank you. All right. I know this is the baby route, but I keep doing this because I want to learn New Game easy. That's not what I wanted, but whatever. That triple slash issue is really a stupid mistake. Need to stop making that. Yeah, I'm going to always lose time on this split because that Chapter 1 split was insane last time. Crazy. Crazy, crazy, crazy good. Kind of mind-blowing. I didn't even know it could get down to below 820 like that. But I guess it's what's happened, so I can't keep blaming myself. The only thing I can do is what like I did today, where I'm like, this conversation has gone off the rails. I'm seeing one moderator instead of 4. You know, I'm seeing Wody quit, who's usually pretty even-tempered. And I'm seeing a lot of people pop off that I normally see being very, very calm, cool, and collect.
What is that? I've never smelled anything so.
And I'm smelling a lot of what, you know, I'm reading what comes out as a lot of yelling at each other. And it's like, holy shit. This dumb frame-perfect save loading ain't worth it. Fine, leave it alone or ban it. I don't give a shit. Just get it the fuck out of here. Kill this discussion. Fuck it.
We need to get out of this place.
Especially like for somebody like me that aims to do marathon events, not to promote my channel, but to promote people coming to the Discord and joining us and learning to speedrun.
Next time I'll have to bring a little.
But the one thing I hate is Sephiroth, right?
That's about as good a place as
That
any.
son of a bitch with his 20-second time save. What do we do about that asshole?
Can't wait to see you, Marley.
You know?
Can't wait.
Do we just let it be? Or do we, you know, get rid of it? Because it's another one of those stupid time saves that's kind of out of our control. Do we tell people, no, if Sephiroth doesn't show, you have to reset? Like, it's a glitch. You can't use it, you know? It's kind of ridiculous, but it's a glitch, so it's kind of weird.
For the last train home. Regroup in the freight car.
I kind of like brought it up as a tangent to kind of be like, well, if we're going super duper extreme on this, it does apply to this too, right? So I wasn't trying to like, well, maybe I was trying to derail because I saw a lot of toxicity and I was hoping that kind of like bringing that up lightheartedly would work out well for us, but it didn't make things any better for sure. I think part of it is a lot of us want to have our cake and eat it too, where we want the time saves from the old save loads, and we just don't want to bother with the new ridiculous ones. If there was a setup for it where we could like, okay, well, you know, if you wander into it like 2 frame clicks at a time, you know, you can save 15. If you YOLO it, you save more. I don't know. Kind of getting sick of running on PC though. I kind of want to go back to PS5. But I know it's going to kill me on PS5 because the save load remover saves so much time on the PC. I think that's a good take. That's not exactly a bad one. I think we just need to establish a rule set and stick with it. This needs to be the last time this discussion happens unless something catastrophic happens where the game can cause you to unintentionally skip or make it very easy to unintentionally skip like Ghoul or something. Like you open the door and then it warps you to the other side of Ghoul. You know, and for some reason the door on the other side is what causes the train to drop. Something like that. I think we should have never gone with no major glitches. We should have just gone with glitchless in the first place. And just been like, if it does something that seems unintended, then fuck it. Sephiroth despawning is unintended, but the developers fucked it up, so it's out of our control. If you want to reset for him, fine. It's, you know, the first 15 minutes, right? Animation skips. You're right. Because you could argue that the parry canceling out uppercut is unintended. It's just because uppercut is part of her extended combo once she's rise and fall. So that's the only reason you can cancel it out. Why you can't cancel out Omni Strike and rise and fall because they're different. Enrage skip. Yeah. Stagger animation skip. You're right. Those are other arguments you can make. So, you know, if I accidentally do too well on Abzu 2 and actually get the fire gun off on time, I can end up skipping Enrage and nullifying the run. So, I think just glitches that are within our control that we activate, I guess, is probably the easiest way to do it. Glitchless that we're purposefully activating. And I think, like, Enrage skip and stagger animation stuff, like, well, I guess you're right. because it does open up the, well, canceling uppercuts and canceling focus strikes is technically well, the focus strike must be intended because you can do it and it has nothing to do with your combo branching. Oh, good. We're going to get a good fountain. Blizzard.
Bundle up.
Okay, fine. If you want to back up, that's okay with me. Okay. Not great. I kind of figured the HP would get locked on that asshole. I got over there so quick. I just gotta make sure to not mash up again once I get to cross slash, and I should be fine. I think I did refocus at one point on that. Pretty funny.
Let's finish this.
Bastard. Okay, so I want to get over here and pan this up. But on to more... What is this camera angle, though? On to some more lighthearted stuff. I'm really looking forward to Wazzy giving me that new game easy save. I think I might ask, or I might, you know, try warding and stuff, but I'm really looking forward to it, because apparently what he wants to do is immediately do 17 and 18. I'm not sure why he wants to do 18. I mean, you can just do 17 and then loop back to Chapter 1, right? I guess he's just doing it for convenience sake. But I mean, you can just as easily just do 17, finish it off, and then go to Chapter 1, and then do Chapter 18 last. I think if we're gonna do warding, it might be beneficial to do Chapter 18 last, because then you can add in warding. Theoretically, you should be able to get warding up to at least 50%. So we could do SD on Whispers. You don't have to get the limit out of it, but if you do, it can make things a little bit quicker, right? It's mainly like you could probably just hold it for Bahamut, or you probably would just hold it for Bahamut.
Not gonna buy. Freeze.
Oh god.
Bundle up.
Fire up.
No escape.
Fire up.
Burn.
Fire up.
Calling fire.
Snot-nosed punk.
I'm a snot-nosed punk, you say? Well, you got roasted, and I'm still alive, so I guess you're the snot-nosed punk, aren't you? Man, Plat Percent just seems so interesting to me, because it offers another opportunity to reroute hard, but an even harder version of hard. It sounds so cool. The only thing that sucks is, like, you have to do New Game Easy before it, so you have to do another run before the run. So I'm kind of like, I love the idea of doing a super hard version of hard. It's almost like doing... Could you please get out of the way, dude? Thank you. It's almost like doing a...
Little help, Cloud?
A modded version of, like, hard with higher multipliers and stuff. I know it's such a silly thing, but routing is so fun to me. So much more so than running. Running is just merely a byproduct of routing to me at the end of the day. Really? Didn't realize Jesse would do that. Okay. So that's gold. Nice. Hunting golds. I'm liking it. I'm liking it. And my Chapter 2 must have been pretty bad yesterday. Didn't even realize. Still waiting for my damn scuff controller for the PC. I'm gonna end up being done with this category before I get my controller. The other thing I'm really excited about is that the tutorials are helping people out. Especially at a time when there's, like, no pun intended, like a lot of strife in the Discord. I'm hoping that gives some of the newer runners something to focus on and they don't get wrapped up in the drama and are able to learn in the game. Because I know it would be really hard to get questions answered right now. I really need to, in my videos, I need to be like, you can @ me in the Discord at any time. I'll answer the question as soon as I'm available to do so. There are other runners that have way more information than me, but,
Marco place blew up.
I don't know why I took my finger off the controller. The one advantage to using the Xbox controller is the triangle button is way higher and away from square. So, like, sliding into triangle or X, well, sliding into triangle is a lot easier. You can just kind of flick across it.
Did the people
Well, actually,
survive on
I think square is kind of in the way. You have to, like, go up and over it. With this one, you can kind of get more of a straight line between the two, even though they are further apart.
I was thinking the landladies of.
Sure does.
I wonder what the 1X controller looks like.
It was
When the Mako
chaotic.
reactor exploded.
Sorry.
Chaotic.
I ran into a-
Huh.
It was wrong with
That describes the last couple of days in the Discord.
I won't do it again.
Pop in, and then it's like literally
Don't worry about me.
a freaking form,
Try not to.
3 or 4 forum pages of posts, and I'm like, I really want to know what's going on, but I also, like, don't have the patience
I could, all things
to, like, do more than glean this, because a lot of this is kind of
You
toxicity.
had me worried. You're not exactly a people person.
I'll give you that.
Anyway. I guess maybe I'll try. I wonder if I want to do more Master Duel stuff after this,
I saw
or if
Sector
I should do
8 on
Chapter
news.
8 and Chapter 9
It was like a war zone.
tutorials.
The news is
I
just.
kind of want to keep the tutorial series up. The next one I really want to work on is Synergy, because it's so stupid specific how it works.
It was.
And, like, showing off Synergy, like... I'm just trying to figure out the most optimal way to show off
Here we
Synergy,
are.
right?
Good old Stargazer Heights. You're on the second floor.
I'm not going to do this save load since this is... Well, I think this is PC specific, but I shouldn't have done it. Whatever. I dedicated to it already. I'm just doing this because it's easier than trying to do the bonk setup. I'll take the L on it if this is technically not... I think the fucking save loads are going to get nerfed into the dirt anyway, so...
Here's your.
What am I doing?
Don't worry.
You did?
Yes? Oh.
No.
I don't know why I thought that was a
That
cutscene.
one's, no.
It's so weird sometimes you get, like, your brain kind of gets scattered on what's a cutscene, what's not. You know what I probably should have done was started streaming again when I switched over to Remake. Got the stream and restarted it so that the notification went back out. Wonder if there's any way to just send the notification again once you change your category. That would be nice. I guess it could be annoying if you change your category a ton of times in like an hour's time.
I'm Marl. You from up on?
I've been around.
I'll bet. If you ever need any...
What's she to you?
The granddaughter?
Loud and clear.
Good. Now you'd best get a move on to Seventh Heaven. She's got a...
Nothing to report. Maintaining.
My husband
Well,
decided
anyway.
to go-
Just imagine if rich people start.
I'll probably hesitate on the commentary stuff until somebody shows up that enjoys the marathon commentary. So if there's anybody out there kind of lurking, I'm not trying to pull you out of lurk, but if you want to listen to more like marathon style commentary, just let me know.
Go ahead and keep
Right now, I'm just gonna kind of chillax for a little bit until I see a little bit more interaction in chat, or just some newer faces in chat that want to hear that specifically. Because I know some of my consistent viewers that hang out with me are either runners or people that have been here for a while, so they've already heard the marathon mumbo jumbo over and over again. So I don't want to. You know what? Actually, it's probably.
Nothing tickle your.
I probably will actually start this up.
All the items you
'Cause I just like I played a lot better yesterday when I did marathon style commentary.
Well.
So where should I start? We're 20 minutes in, and I'm gonna finally start commentary, huh?
You know what to expect.
You know what? A run could definitely go like that. We could definitely be
Pleasure in their panic.
playing off each other a little bit, talking about things.
Called Avalanche.
So this segment right here can be pretty rough. It's a lot of like little movement tech to save time.
Oh.
The real rough part is Junk Boulevard.
I'm pretty good at.
There's a lot of time to save and lose there.
Nice.
The problem is the enemies can kind of give you pretty stupid patterns, and the game can decide ice is on the floor. So like imagine ice and fire, a lot of these spells can interact with the environment.
She helps get
So
me
like
set
if
up
the
for
ice
the
hits the
day.
enemy, it goes into your cup, right? So it keeps your water nice and
5
cold.
years, give or take.
But you know, when the ice cube kind of bounces off and hits the floor, or maybe like when you're filling your ice water with water and it hits the ice in just a specific way and just sprays the water everywhere, that's kind of what happens when ice will hit the environment. So you just get crap everywhere, and it doesn't help anybody.
Thank you very much. Seeing as we're done-
You just end up having to clean it up. So what happens is the ice will hit the environment, and
How do I start?
some dev out there decided that should be flagged basic. I think somebody was thinking, oh, you know what this is like? This is like missing in the old game. In an action game, yes, let's make spells miss in an action game. Very good idea. So the problem is, spells can interact with the environment, and when they do so, they'll show their animation, but their hitbox will turn off. So in other words, spells will do jack and squat once they hit the floor. With ice, there's a good way to tell because the enemy won't get a pressured mark under their HP pool and above their stagger bar. Ice and fire are the only two that usually have this issue. Wind and lightning to a much, much lesser extent, because they require very specific scenarios for that to happen. I should have used Blizzara, but I accidentally cast the wrong thing, so that's what we're looking for. That's not... Blizzara should not have been used on this fight. So we want to Blizzara this one. Okay. So we're going to lock on Fire this time.
Charging in like it was nothing.
Thundera. So you don't have to do Thundera, and walking with Cloud there was a mistake, but that's a pretty decent junk boulevard overall. I've had better. I've had far worse. I stick for about an average on that one. Average, decent. A little bit above average, maybe. That first one being Blizzard was kind of scuffed, though. I could have saved some more time by upping him to Blizzara and making him take a little bit longer to cast, but
Since you've got yourself
whatever.
a new come on.
Who?
The guy who tracks.
Where's he at?
Oh, he should be back at the
Does she,
office by now.
since you've got a new weapon, is she giving me the downstairs talk upstairs? Wait a minute. Interesting.
Actually,
So for New Game Plus, we have access to kind of everything. Well, hard in general. The only way to access the hard mode is through New Game Plus. And it's balanced with that in mind. It's also balanced to some extent with you having everything. The beginning is very difficult if you don't do a little bit of grinding going into it. But the game is definitely not balanced for you to be completely maxed out. It's balanced to like a reasonable extent so that an ungrinded Barret and Cloud can get through it with some really cheeky routing. I took my casual playthrough save that was around level 40. I don't know why in God's name I tried to go up there. I took my casual play save that was around level 40 without everything being maxed out and not going to do any of the VR missions. And Guard Scorpion is a nightmare. His final phase is very rough because he heals fairly rapidly. And usually, without leveled up characters, your MP pool will be very thin at that point. And you also won't have MP absorb to keep siphoning MP back because you very much unlikely have Revive mastered. Since it takes 5,000 AP, you're not going to get 5,000 AP into that in a single loop. Not unless you did all the side quests with Revive equipped all the time. And then put on AP up at the very first opportunity to get it. There's no way. You need all the green materia mastered to get MP absorbed, so your only option is going to be MP ups, and you have very limited materia slots, so that's basically impossible. Long story short, Scorpion is pretty difficult. Everything else is pretty reasonable, from what I found. Once I hit max level and stuff and started having maxed out materia, I stopped playing through it because it's more or less the same as a normal playthrough. The way you would end up in a situation like that would be in a platinum % run where you basically do New Game Easy then New Game Hard. So that's a more challenging category, but very infrequently run because of the voluminous time requirement. But it is something I do want to run a few times before the end because I think hard is definitely a very interesting category, and that would be like a turbo hard category, going at things with a lower level and stuff.
I'm more worried.
right.
So,
It's just
for New Game Plus Hard, we have everything, and there's no way around it. So everything's maxed out, and there's a lot of like really heavy stagger abuse in the beginning. In the mid-game, we switch over to just killing everything outright. The reason you want to use stagger abuse in the main game is a matter of... it will get you ATB stagger and stagger abusing with Ice Magnify will often stagger the enemies multiple times, giving you 3 procs of ATB stagger. Every time ATB stagger and Skillmaster activate, they refund 900 ATB on it. I think ATB stagger probably needs to be nerfed to like 600 or 700, closer to what ATB assist does. Either that or it needs to be modified so it doesn't interact with Magnify that way. But it's not going to get changed in this version, so we're going to abuse it as much as possible. It could be left alone, because I think the casual player wouldn't think to abuse it the way that we do in speedruns. But ATB stagger is very strong materia. ATB assist is weaker than it, but very helpful. But with Ice Magnify and ATB stagger, you basically flood Cloud out with ATB. So he ends up being at, you know, max ATB most of the time. Fires off 1 attack from first strike. And then ATB stagger will activate off the magnified ices and give him 2,700 ATB. And your base bar is 2,000. No matter what, your ATB is 2,000 points total. Base, it's 1,000 and 1,000. You can activate Refocus, which consumes your limit break. 50% of it. Or not 50% of it. It consumes all of it and then refunds 500 points. So it's basically a 50-50 on your level 1 limit. It consumes like 65, 70% of your level 2 limit. Because it refunds 500 out of the 1,350 it takes. This fight right here is super obnoxious and I kind of hate it. These thugs are really annoying. Hopefully I can get them all with 1 Blizzard Magnify, but I'm not holding my breath.
Calling out.
Might be able to. Okay. Sometimes they cooperate, sometimes they don't. That was pretty nice.
So if they weren't Shinra...
Just about getting under that rock around a 28 XX is pretty nice. 29 0x is still good.
Get some rest.
So we got a pretty decent start here. But you could see my ATB shot up, and not only that, but my limit shot up. That's because staggering an enemy also gives you 350 points towards your limit. So it's pretty huge limit gaining opportunities off of Ice Magnified staggers and stuff.
You all set?
Fuck!
You all set?
It ate my down input. That was kind of rough. I would have had a gold if I hadn't been a little bit too greedy with my selection. So we're going to do the mini bike game here. Oh, there we go. It's done. Easy peasy. 1 cycle every time. Perfect. Yeah, so the New Game Plus categories don't have to do the motorcycle minigame. Honestly, I'd rather do the motorcycle minigame, both, instead of the pump minigame and the stupid hands and platform manipulation. Platform movement in Chapter 6, the hands in Chapter 9, and the stupid pump in Chapter 10. I would much rather do the far longer, far more skill-intensive motorcycle minigames, but they let us skip the stupid motorcycle for some reason. The hard version of the motorcycle is significantly different from the new game, easy or normal. One of the major things is in the Chapter 18 one, red only heals you once right before Motorball, and that is it. I'm sticking out in the middle of the road here so that I keep from activating Wedge's dialogue, so he'll start following immediately. If you get too close to him, he'll start talking to the cats, and it takes forever to catch up. We're going to do a couple of save loads here to save a bit of time. It'll basically cancel out the dialogue, and the game will go, okay, and stop Jessie from talking, and she'll go over to the house, saves a good couple of seconds, 5 to 6 seconds. Gonna head on over here. There's a couple of save loads in this chapter that we can take advantage of. So 1, 2, 3.
Okay.
Okay, I thought I actually you need to wait until they're in position before you start moving. And facing that wall there is actually the fastest way. If you try and go back to, Cloud will turn, face the wall, and then turn back to the wall. Very weird. Not sure why it works like that, but how it is. So we're heading into the Annex, and like I said, Ice Magnify is very strong in proccing ATB Stagger over and over and over again. So we're going to be icing a lot of these enemies to get ATB Stagger over and over again. Also, you can come in here with Skill Master, alternatively, and also use that to keep your ATB flowing. All your moves will cost 1,000 ATB, which can be pretty rough. And if you do mess up, you're in a really bad spot. Remember, you get 900 back, not 1,000.
He was a maintenance supervisor.
So in that scenario, a refund from Skillmaster or ATB Stagger is not a full command. It's 9/10 of a command.
Thanks.
But with how do I want to put this? But we can do it in an easier way, and that's the way I go. It will cost a couple of seconds in the fight, but it makes this fight much safer to the point where I can miss input, or one of the enemies can give me a really bad pattern, and I can still get through this. So I'm actually going to use Refocus for the first time here. Ice Magnify, like I said, also staggers enemies.
Mission accomplished.
And it doesn't just activate ATB Stagger. The benefits don't stop there. The real boon is that it also gives you limits. Like I said, it gives you 350 points of limit each time it pops a stagger. With Magnify, one casting that's magnified is allowed to activate those stagger conditions 3 times. That's why you get 2,700 ATB back, and you also get 1,100 limit, I think. Let me do the math. 369, okay, so 1,050. Excuse me. But it basically will give you a level 1 limit. You can fish for limits that way in a lot of areas. I don't usually. I will use it a little bit later, but this is the main area where I do use it. Because it's just so impactful. Being able to... The limit itself, unfortunately, will get thrown away before we start the Roche fight. So you can use the limit on, like, the sweepers if one of them is still alive. You can also use it on, like, the shock trooper that comes out of the door in Phase 2. There's a couple of different places you can fire off the limit if you really want to be frisky about it, but you got to remember the limit's about 4 or 5 seconds of animations, because it fires off and slows time. Refocus loses time here because it slows down time and gives you a really exaggerated animation. It's a cool animation, but it is slow. But having the triple ATB over half ATB is better. Refocus, what it'll do is, like I said, it takes your limit, cuts it, and gives you 500 back, no matter what, and then will split your limit into thirds for a set period of time. If you give up a level 1 limit, it's 5 minutes of activation, and if you activate it on a level 2 limit, it's 10 minutes of activation. We'll never run into that issue, so it doesn't matter which level we use.
There's a training center too.
But giving that 500 back is really nice. The main point is it splits our limit, our ATB into thirds. And why this is so important is because when your limit split into, or your ATB split into thirds, it's now 650, 650, 700 per attack. The overall ATB bar has not been changed. It just basically splits your commands into a lower cost table, so you're in a much better position. Okay, that was really nice, actually. Last run, I screwed that up.
Now you're in. Let's do this.
Unauthorized entry in 7
Into that. Alright.
Proceed to location and secure. Unauthorized entry in 7-6 Annex.
Of course.
Unauthorized entry in
Scissor out.
7-6 Annex.
That's very unfortunate. Very unfortunate indeed. The blizzard went wild and hit the wall. Good thing these MP crates aren't needed, so this will actually help balance out having to cast that Blizzara there. I had to cast Blizzara to get my ATB back on track.
Burn. Get ready. I see you.
Gonna fire again to get this shock trooper out of my face as soon as possible. Alright, so that's a little bit dangerous there. I might be able to get the MP crate. I'm not 100% certain on that. Gonna be tight. Alright, lucky for me. So we're gonna Blizzard the dogs here. This is actually a really awful annex. Hopefully Fyra will, these next 2 phases will cooperate. Nope, Not gonna cooperate at all. Got it.
Shatter.
Okay.
Bundle up.
Hurry. Lead the sweepers toward the mine.
Into Blade Burst here.
Let's do this.
That should be fine. I really don't want a Blade Burst, but there's not much you can do about it in that situation.
Calling fire.
I'm gonna have to build some ATB on Roche here. Okay, I was gonna fire but it looks like my ATB will be fine here. I actually can avoid a ATB refocus, or ATB boost here. Luckily, because of that crit, I was able to do that with just physicals. Normally, you need to have fire fire elemental equipped for that. So we're gonna fire it twice.
Calling fire.
Go into Punisher and fire it twice.
Need a light.
You could ATB boost here normally, so we'll just. That is time loss for sure. That Blade Burst was pretty bad, but that's complete RNG whether the sweepers back up. The fire missing was my fault. You need to fire the Shock Trooper, not the Elite Grenader. So that was kind of my fault. And icing the wall was somewhat my fault. I should have rearranged the targeting of that Blizzard so that it targeted one of the enemies further away from the wall instead of the one that was very close to it. There was one that was definitely out from behind the wall that I could have definitely killed. I don't know if all three of them would have been hit by those blizzards, but I would have at least had a chance. The one that I targeted, like, probably was like a 30% hit rate, so it was a really risky throw. I should have held on to it a bit longer, or just blizzard the other side and wait for them to come out. That would have been the proper way to do it. Either blizzard the opposite side, or blizzard a different one of those troopers. The Annex is pretty... a lot of execution. The sweepers themselves can back up into one another if you go after that left one. That's probably the only point of RNG in the entire thing. It was offset by getting a crit on Roche, so that did save some time. But the Annex in itself was pretty ho-hum. I'd say very average. Excuse me? This is new to me. Biggs usually doesn't get this close. Not quite sure what... Huh. Well, what are you gonna do? So we're heading into the Whispers fight. These are really obnoxious. The way that the... I'll talk about the Enigmatic one first, because it's kind of a weird fight. The way that the Enigmatic one gets pressured is you need to pressure the other Whispers, stagger, and kill them. And the way they're pressured is by magic attacks, so like it's kind of a prerequisite that you pressure to get them staggered because their stagger values are so high. So like Blade Burst or any spell will accomplish that. Chi Trap from Tifa can trigger that. Basically anything from Aerith can trigger that. Soul Drain is usually the easiest cheeky way to do it. This first fight we're going to be using Blizzaras to achieve it. I actually want to kill one of them manually, so the Blizzara will... find its way over to the Enigmatic Whisper and stagger him as well. The first wave of fights, we don't need to really worry about any of this stagger nonsense, so we're just going to outright kill the Whispers ASAP. We want to kill 3 or more of them all at once to keep the second wave from spawning in this first fight. So I'm going to target B specifically with Somersault, so A, B, and C all get wrapped up in it usually. I can get some very bad movement that A and C can separate, but that's the most reliable way. I'd say 90, 95%, maybe even 98% of the time. 95. It's a pretty good dice roll to go after B like that. And then what I'll do is I'll fire a D. D usually will get hit by that Somersault, but there's no reason to take that risk, so I fire a with Cloud. And 99% of the time that will kill the other Whisper. It is a damage range. You can roll extremely low and have that Whisper survive. But as long as you kill 3 or more all at the same time with Somersault, because the limits have a little timing thing where they have a exaggerated animation and a slowdown, the final hit is usually the only hit able to kill all of them. I believe the Somersault is an exception, usually. In this case, it's a matter of the fact that the first hit just doesn't hit hard enough to kill all 3 of them. So the second hit finishes them all off. If I remember correctly, because I have seen, like, B back up. Just remember Steelskin versus Whispers. Alright, I will yell Steel Skin at Barrett. If he does it, he does. If he doesn't, he doesn't. So you'll see. If Barrett stops shooting his can opener at the enemies and does Steel Skin, then there you go. If he doesn't, I'm sorry, Wolverine. He just couldn't hear me. He had his AirPods in. Hey, Wolverine. Thanks for dropping by. How's it been going? I know been a lot of strife in the Discord lately, so I'm hoping everybody individually is doing well and not being too affected by it. I want to skip this. Limit into B. Fire on D.
No escape. Get ready.
There's way too
What?
many of them.
Oh, I got cucked. I really got
holding
cucked there.
back.
ATB boost.
Let's be
Blizzard,
smart.
Blizzard.
Chill. Calling ice. Let's get this over with. Let's finish.
Keep it true. That sucks.
No idea. Pretty sure you can't even see them unless they make physical
Yep.
contact first.
Yep, that's the right. I think that's the right way to deal with that situation, Wolverine. I totally agree. As one of the people that brought it up, I kind of feel bad.
Are they trying to stop us from reaching the others?
Yep.
Cloud.
Yep,
this
I
way.
agree. 100%, I agree. There was definitely way too much.
It's like trying to fight a hurricane.
I think I agree with a lot of people, and I see their individual viewpoints. But like when I was gleaning through it, I'm like, I'm not reading all of this. No way in hell. This is toxic as fuck. Some people have some valid points in here.
Shatter. It's on now.
Okay,
You're
I need
done.
to Blizzard.
You're mine.
Shit, that's gonna suck. Fire.
Calling fire.
Bring it.
Burn. You're done. Bundle up.
Okay, that was really stupid. I lost a shit ton of time. You disagree with me? I feel personally offended. Yeah. The internet. I'm gonna lose a shit ton of time here.
Huh?
Damn, Chapter 4 was absolutely atrocious.
I'm ready now.
I fucked up killing one of the Whispers. I guess I should just go for the double Blizzard strat into a Blizzara. Probably would be safer. I think Blizzara would hit hard enough. Stagger plus Star Shower, maybe? I guess I could always just go back to menuing the Blizzara into Somersault, right? That should kill.
Weird. I'm usually the first one to...
But I think I can understand why it got moved to no major glitches, but that was kind of a weird argument to me. But like, obviously it's going to be no major glitches because we're discussing it as whether it do be a glitch or not, right? I don't know.
Alright, people. You sure you ready?
There's a lot of craziness going on. It was very sad. Can we not, though? Really, this is how it be, huh? Chapter 4 was a shit show. Yeah, that fight was, I'd say... I got double cucked, too. Because I got tagged by the, that first set of Whispers didn't get the quick kill. Even though I responded with Blizzards, it worked out pretty okay. But the second fight I screwed up, too, pretty bad. I should have gone with Blizzard in that setup.
I know, but that doesn't mean I don't have butterflies in my stomach.
So how are you doing, despite that nonsense? Because that's actually what I'm hoping, like, the community enough is not, like, in... I see there seems to be quite a few people that have disappeared from the roles on the Discord, which is a bit saddening to me, but I'm hoping that everybody is willing to remain. Especially as somebody like when I do marathon runs to kind of bring out the... to build the community. It's very frustrating to see that. So this fight right here, I'm just going to Blizzard. Just going to Blizzard these guys too, because I feel like it. Alright.
What do we do?
Oop. I think you can still regain MP here, so... I don't know if MP is on a timer or if it regains kind of like with your ATB. I know there's MP crates I can grab. So right here we're going to switch to Tifa, because there's no reason to do this fight, so... I'm actually going to start doing,
That's gotta be him.
just focusing on improving your PB. Good goal. I'm thinking I can PB again today pretty easily. I'll lose time in Chapter 7 because I'm not going to do the hay skip. But I think my Chapter 7 was pretty jank. Not 100% certain, though. So we're just going to switch. So we're going to do something that's called Parry Sailing here. If you uppercut while you're parrying, it interrupts the parry animation immediately. So basically, we're cutting out the slower half of the parry, which is surprising because parry already seemed very fast when I started this game. But using uppercut whirlwind, will cancel out the back half of the parry animation, so we can start up looping the very beginning of the animation. There's a similar thing you can do with Cloud's dodge roll if you have Deadly Dodge equipped. I call it deadly rolling. You can hit attack after you roll to cancel out, and Cloud kind of looks like he's tumbling in a dryer. It's pretty funny. It's like watching shoes in a dryer or something, if you've ever seen that before. It's kind of what it's like. But you can also hold down triangle as well as mashing both buttons at the same time. Holding down is a lot more efficient. But it does also require very weird hand positioning. So if you do have alternate ways to hold the button down, it could be a little work better for you that way. Also, you got to remember when Barrett joins the party that Tifa goes to L1. So we're just going to parry on by here, save a bunch of time and movement. I'm also going to try and manipulate the camera here so it doesn't hurt me too bad. So we're going to want to kind of have the camera here. This camera angle is not great, but 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2. Oh, this parrying is awful, though. I am very lucky. All right, I got Tifa to push me up. That's fine. I got a very long flee there that made up for how awful my parrying was. Normally, you can get all the way up those stairs with a good parry, but my rhythm is off. There we go. That's the rhythm you're looking for right here. You don't want to just mash as hard as you can, and you also don't want to, like, I sandbagged that on purpose. Okay. That was really weird. You don't need to be right next to the webbing, but because it takes a while to interact with, you don't want to be that far away. So this, what I'm looking for right here is to make sure they both get pressured, which means the ice interacted with the Grosh strikes, which means it'll actually kill instead of just like hitting nothing. So this fight right here, I'm gonna specifically attack this guy a little bit, and before I cast Blizzard on nothing, Tifa, get over there and start. Tifa, could you Star Shower that dude?
Let's finish this.
Blizzard into Blizzard.
Chill. Freeze.
That was really unfortunate that I repositioned Cloud right in front of the pole like that. I shouldn't have dodge rolled like that. Happens sometimes, though. You make silly decisions like that. So we are going to do a little bit of a menu here. We're going to be switching over to Lightning Magnify, Lightning MP Absorb, and we're going to be adding MP up. Yeah, I probably could use Blizzica if I could fit it onto my shortcuts, but that's a little bit too hard there. We actually want to give Goddard Dummerung back to Barrett. We want to swap you out for Lightning stuff and put Refocus over here for MP up. Then we want to turbocharge Cloud into Magic, Thunder specifically, because that's all we need for the rest of the chapter. We're also going to save load here, because there's a small save load that saves a little bit of time. So that helps offset my menuing there. We're also going to do the movement here with Cloud, because this room is really obnoxious camera sometimes. And I find it's less obnoxious with Cloud for whatever reason. What are you doing? That guy. This is the guy I want to hit. Thunder.
Fry.
Figured that'd be the case. Thunder.
Buzz off.
Okay. So, you could do that movement with Tifa. It's probably a lot more efficient. But, I'm more interested in making sure Cloud gets to the other side of the room. And not having to fight the camera. Honestly, with the way the camera was behaving right there, I could have very easily switched over to Tifa. Cloud had really good ATB, so I could have even like Thunder Magnified and then boosted instead of boosting before. What you should do is Catastrophe, then ATB boost for 2 bars, and move over with Tifa while all that's happening. And once you get close to the gate, Thunder the remaining troopers twice. Thunder Magnify twice if you have to. The problem is movement in that room, like I said, sometimes if you do that, the camera will jerk really heavily as you pass targets, because it's like, I don't know, it's trying to like correct the camera angle, so it gets pretty rough. This fight right here is pretty free. The only downside is Cloud's probably going to get hit by one set of missiles, hopefully just the one though. I'm going to ATB boost right off the bat, Thunder magnify one set of the one missile turret, and then Thunder magnify the other one.
You're done.
Okay, I'm probably going to get hit by that.
Calling lightning.
And the reason I'm waiting is I want to make sure Barrett Synergy Thunder's there. We want to heal up Cloud too. He shouldn't be taking a bunch of damage, but I also don't want to play risky over here. This next boss fight's pretty safe, but it's fine. This, Thunder. So, we're going to get on out of here. Could you let me onto the ladder? 50! Okay, good. A 50XX ladder is good enough for me. You can get lower, but I'm happy with what I've got right now. A lot of my runs, once I actually start, you know, doing well, end up like this, where it's kind of up and down. Thundiga, we're going to go back here at True Strike twice, and whiff one. That's cool. We're going to have to get an extra couple of uppercuts here, I guess. That's really obnoxious. Unbridled strength. I'm really not happy that that uppercut missed, or that True Strike missed. I actually should have parried out of that uppercut, but whatever at this point. Hopefully Thundero and Thunder from Barrett will be enough on this rear leg. So we're gonna Thundero the rear leg, Thundiga the front leg. Okay. True Strike, wait for Barrett to Thunder, switch over. There we go. Alright, that phase went pretty well, so I'm happy with that. We're probably going to lose some time here. The couple of the rooms were pretty jank. The Queen fight was awful, and so was the room after. I need to go back to using, or I need to use Tifa in that room. So we're going to do this, switch over to Cloud, ATB boost, and then Thundero with Cloud to break that a little bit quicker. Into this, uppercut. Okay.
You okay?
We're gonna actually split at the elevator. This auto splits for both Crab and the end of the chapter. I find there is no good reason to split at Crab and the end of the chapter, so no. I would probably like it to just split at Crab, but I'm not sure where I normally leave it split. Seeing a minus, like, max gold like that is pretty... tells me a lot. I think we saved enough time to kind of get out of the negative for the most part, but you never know. Could you skip that, please? Yeah, I'd say that's pretty right. We did better there, but I guess I'll have to just delete the PB split there. It'll make my life a little bit easier, and I'll kind of figure out where I'm going. Oh, good. Tifa delayed. That's nice. I should be able to get on the catwalk before Tifa does.
Nothing but air below
And
us.
then right in there. So you can get on this catwalk the moment Barrett passes this point. So that's what you're waiting for. If you can kind of push yourself out in front of Tifa, you can kind of delay her if you do it right. And get on the catwalk before her. You can do the same thing getting off that giant pipe next to the vent fans.
You see something
That Tifa tells you not to look at. That's usually a good point to see kind of where you're at.
Maybe the gate didn't
I'd
work
say
because there's not enough power
decent
supply.
runs get there around an hour. Like really, really decent runs, not like really bad ones. Like my 444 is there around that time, maybe a little bit sooner. And we're talking about the PS5, not the PC.
Sunlamp, the closest thing.
gotta put out
But if we go through,
now or later.
that's true.
Let's go.
I guess I could just add like
All
10
these
seconds to that split,
You'd think
and that
they'd
would be
able to
fair,
balance
I
the
think.
load by now, though.
I actually know what I would have to do is add the time to the split after for Chapter 5, because it would be impossible to gold Chapter 5 if I let the Crab Warden split be the split.
Man,
The thing is like, I don't see a reason to have a split for Crab Warden and a split for the end of Chapter 5. When the big difference in the end of Chapter 5 is, did you get in, did you, like, manage to wedge yourself in between the crates while the camera was fixing itself or not? That's your big time loss there. And it's like, okay, yeah, let's time a 50-second segment. But I guess, like, being picky on how the auto-splitter works is kind of a shitty thing to do. I'm very happy the auto-splitter exists. It makes my life a lot easier. So you can always switch to Tifa by using L2. When you've got Barrett in the party, she's on the left side. When you've got Aerith in the party, she's on the right. That was a fantastic flea. I have no complaint about that at all. This chapter is pretty based on how your movement goes and how long the flea timer is. The flea timer runs between 3 to 6 seconds, and it rolls it randomly each time you're in a fleeing status. So a lot of these heavy movement segments where we can get very far away from where we are with Tifa,
Okay.
we usually want a longer flea timer. There are some places where we can get reached too quick and end up soft locking. This next thing right here, there's actually a cutscene associated to a specific point, so I actually want like a decently long flea timer, but not a super long one, so we're gonna see what we can get. Like I said before, you want to make sure you're mashing on a rhythm, and I'm not doing that even close. That was a pretty short flea timer, though. This right here, this cutscene and camera pan, if you skip over this, apparently you can soft lock. So I was going to stop before that line, but I got a really bad cutscene. So it's like we've kind of nullified, we've evened out between the two, unfortunately. That's that do be the life of Chapter 6. It's all RNG, pretty much. So you wait a little bit after Tifa gets on the ladder, and you can get up it, too. A lot of these areas, you want to interact with the interaction point as soon as possible, but you also want to make sure that you're not trying to interact with it so soon and aggressively enough that the game pushes you back. You get a very slow step-back animation if you try to interact with a interaction zone before the game wants you to.
Right.
So it is worth noting that that's something you want to avoid. Frickin' edge all the time. So dealing with a little bit of back pain, so gotta get some Motrin in there every once in a while. Do have a surgery for it soon, so it'll pain will go back down. They can burn the nerves in your back apparently, but mine heal pretty quickly, so I actually got to make sure I might be able to get in front of Tifa here. Yes.
Made
all
it
right.
through in one piece.
Think that took a couple years off my life.
All right, I went right a little bit too soon.
Not really. Couple
so
maybe 3 tops.
This chapter is
Section 8 is just
awful,
up ahead.
honestly.
Slow and steady.
It's RNG central. Because of the flea timers, this chapter can vary. It's hard to lose a lot of time here, but it's also hard to save time in this chapter too. You can get hit pretty hard by the flea timers. If you get a bunch of short ones, there's a few places where you want it short, there's a few places where you want it long. This one right here, you would want, like, your flea timer actually wouldn't matter, honestly. It would be this right here. So I'm going to come over here and True Strike this guy, and Barrett's Thunder should finish it off. Okay, I guess we're going to have to kill him normally then. So this room's gonna kind of suck now. HB boost. Wait, okay, they're both dead? Sure. I thought it survived, but I guess Cloud must have hit it the last second. That's why combat ended. I thought we actually managed to flee from that fight, and the Garage Strike was still alive. Problem is that Garage Strike would have respawned with full HP, so that was very weird. So we're trying to get over to this lamp over here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 1. This is what I'm talking about. That's actually a good flea. I just overshot the flick. The triangle boss is pretty strong. The game is not very good at taking you into interaction points. A lot of them have a very narrow interaction area and can make interaction points very frustrating to deal with. So I make sure to position my camera before my fleas. You want to make sure you separate those two combats on purpose, because there is a really good chance that when you're standing in this elevator right here, that Cloud will spawn, if not 100%, that he will spawn on the platform above the elevator. Did that wait because of my angle?
It's a shame we had to wander around so much.
Well, no stamps.
So this next fight's the big time loss, time save here. It can be pretty rough.
What should we tell Biggs? I don't want him to worry.
It's very easy to hit this consistently as long as you're willing to take a safer route. I'm going to switch to Tifa here, do a pair of parries, and then tactical menu Cloud's Thunder Magnify into the turrets. The reason I'm going to do this is to disjoint this combat so the enemies are separated from one another, because there's 2 waves. And then we want to Thunder, let the game auto-target from there. You can do that through the shortcuts, but I find sometimes the game is not very good at targeting the turrets and will end up casting Thunder into the Null of Void. The Thunder spell can sometimes just cast off-screen as far as I can tell, as long as you don't have a valid target when you cast it. It's really weird and kind of hard to explain. A lot of the spells can do that, but Thunder is like the most offensive one because the game specifically states that it's impossible to miss with it. That was really good fleas, so overall that's 2 good fleas and 1 bad flea, so I'll take it.
We ought to reach him long before he dies.
I screwed up the Garage Strike fight. Well, actually, I didn't screw up the Garage Strike fight. I just got really low damage ranges. Usually, True Strike plus Thunder's Synergy is enough. It's very uncommon that Barrett has to follow up in any way, shape, or form, so.
Auxiliary?
So right now, what we're looking for a 439XX is what I'd like. I'll take a 440XX. I'd really like a 39 though. And we're also looking to push the sum of best segments down to, I'd say 432, 433, 434. Because no major glitches can get to about a 435 on the PS5, which loads much quicker than this, so with loads removed, I'd like to be able to at least have the sum of best segments at the top end. Whether I can reach it or not, I don't know. But I would like to be able to at least say that my sum of best segments is, you know, equal with the best. Okay. So I threw in that True Strike there to get an extra synergy lightning off Barrett just in case.
He's probably worried sick about us.
The True Strike itself could be... I could go over there and poke with the True Strike, but that lets me stay right next to the ladder.
This is Shinra City. We probably have cameras everywhere.
But, yep, that's about how the first hour should be going. Hopefully I'll save some time here. Not 100% certain, I don't know. Like I said, Chapter 6 is very volatile, so kind of hard to tell.
I wonder.
Especially since I normally split when I go into that first crouched vent, rather than all the way over here. That is the curse of auto splits, right? They split for you, so you have to kind of... I really dislike doing splits like this, where you could see a lot of time, save time loss. I hate walking around with the timer ticking down against me. If I'm gonna... I like splitting right after combat or something so that I don't have to watch the timer go down or be like, oh, am I gonna save a lot of time?
Here, maybe?
I'm very weird.
Well, now, that could work.
So there is a save load here that can save about 15 seconds, but it looks like the ruling is going to be out on it. Most likely all save loads will be removed, which is going to suck because the lasers in Chapter 1 are going to be awful, but not much you can do about it.
Scary, huh?
That's gonna be the most spoiling thing. So if you hit a save load by when Barrett's saying hey before the camera goes out of your control, you can skip this entire cutscene. Oh fuck, I'm gonna have to redo Chapter 7 actually, since I showed that off in there.
And our best bet would be to run like...
I'm gonna have to redo the Chapter 7 tutorial. Whoops, why did I do that? I should have known better. So we're gonna Thunder Magnify these guys. The cool thing with this is we can retarget Synergy manually by switching to Barrett. You kind of see how he shifted stances and kind of correct his angle. Switching to him right there will make the game treat the Thunder kind of as a spell that you're casting. So it allows you to correct the targeting, because normally what'll happen is Cloud will hit these, and then that one would have gone after the one I first targeted that's already dead. But switching to Barret like that lets us corrupt the targeting and re-target something else with it. So we're gonna Thunder this guy, Thunder at this guy here, and then we're going to just get out of the way. True Strike, I thought Barret was going to Synergy Thunder. Are you kidding me? Barret was in the middle of a combo, so he took forever to cast Synergy. I cannot believe that. That was such a silly time loss. Dang nabbit, Barret. You betrayed me, Barret. You betrayed me. I'm probably expecting to lose some time here because my PB, I did add in that save load. I think I can keep up with it if I play well. I don't think it's an unreasonable PB segment, but it might be. I'm not sure. Who knows? If I lose time, I lose time. If I save time, I save time. So we're going to come through here. These Shock Troopers are actually quite the hard fight. We're going to Thundera Magnify, Thundera with Tifa, switch over to Barret, and stop him from attacking. Then we're going to overrun on purpose. Keep it True Strike. Okay. Tifa followed up immediately well with that. You probably should hold on to that overrun a little bit longer. I thought the Elite Trooper was going to fail to die, so I threw out the overrun. You need to hold on to that overrun just in case one of them, like, survives. There's a reason I want Cloud to be at max MP. That's why I didn't cast any spells with him on that boss fight, or on the double sweeper fight. So we're going to ATB boost immediately. Apparently not. Thundera. Thundera. Okay, I wanted to get over here a little bit with Tifa's movement. Saves a little bit of time. If I can get Cloud to spawn right next to the key card, it's nice, but it's pretty hard to do because I need to get Barret's synergies to make sure everything goes down. If not, I have to turn around with Tifa and True Strike. Barret will synergy, and I'll usually spawn Cloud in front of her instead of right next to the box, so... It's this really weird, damned if you do, damned if you don't type situation.
Pretty sure I can.
But, yep. So, hope everybody's having a good Saturday so far. If you have any questions, please feel free to ask them. I really like interacting with the questions as much as possible.
So far, so good.
I mean, obviously, who's going to stream and not want to interact with chat? I think that would be a very weird thing, but for the most part, interacting with chat's cool, but I don't want to make somebody feel that they have to interact with chat. But if you have any questions about the game, feel free to ask and then dip back out after I answer. You know? Don't even need a thank you. I just, unless I, you know, ask for a, hey, did you get it? Or, that's not right. That was really stupid. Dumb I am. So we're going to catastrophe that little guy there. Take this. Thunder Synergy. Okay, everybody should be dead. There we go, perfect. Got that room set up right. Okay, so this next room, you want to make sure you catastrophe first, and then do stuff with Cloud, and then follow up with Tifa. I made the mistake when I was doing the doing a tutorial video for this of forgetting that synergy is on Barret. So if you attack with Cloud first, Barret's going to try and synergy Thunder. So you need to make sure that if you're going to catastrophe with Barret, that goes in first, and then everything else goes in after. Catastrophe into Thunder. Cloud, could you just... Cloud, please stop. So Catastrophe should two-shot after the Thunder. He'll speed the fight up a little bit. Catastrophe.
Calling lightning.
Idiot. I should have been ready to Thunder him immediately. So the sooner that room goes down, the sooner that guy gets off the console. I could run around with Thunders, but I think doing Catastrophe to wipe that room out and then double Thundering the left out that guy is the best. Your other option is also to Catastrophe the room and Star Shower that guy, and then follow up with Thunder as soon as you see he's getting off the console. So there's a couple of ways to deal with that room. It really depends on how you want to do things, though. So right here, I'm going to build some ATB, and then Thunder, ATB boost into that, Thunder, Tifa. Okay, True Strike. Okay. Okay, that room was kind of jank, but whatever.
Pushovers.
So we're doing okay here. Probably won't be able to ever gold this split again, though. But I can keep up with it. So we're going to Catastrophe into Thundaga and then get the hell out of here with Tifa. The Thundaga itself will keep those Shock Troopers both pit on the ground. And then I just need to wait for Catastrophe for its 2 waves to kill the other Shock Trooper. It's probably the most efficient way to do that run because then you can make sure the Shock Troopers are on the floor and won't move. They can't dodge Catastrophe. Thundaga takes 2.5 seconds or so to get off, 2 seconds to charge up, and then a half second to cast. And then Catastrophe takes about 5 seconds to activate, so it basically lines up pretty perfect. So I'm just kind of trying to chill over here because it's easier that way. Show you a little bit of tricks with Tifa here. So you can cancel her uppercuts with Parry really quickly. You can also cancel her Focus Strike animation. You see kind of like that's how it normally would go, but you can cancel it out and do this. Just remember that canceling these animations can mess with things. Like ATB Assist won't activate properly unless you go Focus Strike, Poke, Focus Strike, Poke. Just so you know. We want to put Barrett on EKG, no. Got her to Tifa, yes. Because her damage is not as important as her getting off multiple commands, and take that both off. We're going to try and break the wheel here instead of what we've been doing in the past. Anytime game? Okay, okay. What I'm trying to do is I'm going to try and break the cutting wheel on the sweeper. And that way it'll keep him from backing up in a really weird way. I don't know where the hell I was going, but okay. So we're going to thunder that.
You ready?
Would you just... Awful. Okay. I should have uppercut there at some point. What's the HP values looking like? Barrett doesn't need to heal, and I find it funnier that he's at literally 6,000 exact HP. I don't know how the hell you could get that more reliably, but that's pretty funny. I want to make sure I parry through the mono drives to hopefully stop them from hitting my party. Okay, so good enough parrying. Could have been better. But I also sometimes get stuck in the alcove next to the stairs or get stuck on the railing on the other side of the stairs, so it's pretty nice.
Yeah, from that.
So the reason I demagnified both Thunder and Thundera for a couple of different reasons. I might need to throw out a fish out with a normal Thunder because it's quicker and it'll do enough damage. I'm going to start this fight with Thundera, so I need that demagnified 100% of the time. Because I'm going to go Thundera True Strike. That will put Airbuster into a pressured status immediately, and what it'll do is keep him from sending out the little shock orbs, because most of the time, if you go for just synergy spamming, Cloud will end up hitting one of those shock orbs and get shocked for a while, and it will throw your Airbuster fight into chaos. Most of your damage is coming from Synergy Thunders on Cloud, so if you run the risk of Cloud getting shocked, you're going to end up losing all your time saves out of that, so you need to pick your battles. And I'd say this is the best way to... that is a door, dude. There we go. This is the best way to deal with this fight, even if it looks a little jank. Then we're going to follow up with Reno right after this, so we'll have to do a little bit of menuing when we get there. So first off, Thundera, True Strike, Uppercut, Focus, and Poke into a Focus to get ATB Assist activated. That's 2 synergies. Now we're going to build a little bit of ATB here with Cloud. Ding Dang Dong. Roll over here. Wait for him to stop. Thundaga. True Strike. Focus Strike, actually. Wait for it to hit. Focus Strike. Focus Strike. Focus Strike buffered. True Strike. Uppercut. Cancel it. Uppercut. Okay, that's good enough ATB for me. So we're going to be triggering Skill Master here. So that's actually going to get us 4 activations of Thundera. I'm actually going to prioritize Thundagas with Cloud and Barrett first before I start with Tifa. So Thundaga, Thundaga, Thundera, Thundera, and then we're going to Thundera with Barrett in here just to get that out. Thundera, Thundera. And we'll switch over to Barrett, overcharge, just to make sure the damage ranges are done. Thundaga, Thundaga. I could have thundered with Barrett. Okay, so it does look like it is possible to still beat this segment. Or at the very least, stay positive, but I will have to add about 10 seconds to it to get rid of that save load timing. Okay. Let's see here. We want to not go into the save menu, but we want to go into, stop it. This, first strike, this, and then I believe it's MP Absorb for time. Iron Blade on, no. Chain Bangle to Tifa for the rest of the game. We're going to give Tifa Metal Knuckles, no, and Mithril Rod, no. Then we want to change all of our shortcuts up to more physical stuff. I believe this needs to be Blade Burst, this needs to be Self-Destruct, and this needs to be Triple Slash. Sounds correct to me. Let's go. So we're going to start this fight off with a Triple Slash into a normal combo, and then once we slam down, spin out, then auto finisher. That will give us enough for a Blade Burst here. We will target the Elite Trooper and slam and spin. That will kill everybody. If you do this perfectly, with good enough ATB, you could probably not use ATB boost here. I would say it's not super duper important. Because you can get the ATB boost out before Reno drops. If you're going with a different strat though, Reno can drop one cycle sooner. He is on a timer. I get the second drop time. Getting the first one is very difficult and usually requires perfect fires or Fira. But I find that this right here is a lot freer and a lot less stressful. Okay, so it's Magic Up, Fire, Fire, Magnify. So let's do Fire, Healing, Assist, and then Magnify for that. Okay, I kind of did that backwards, but whatever. As long as I didn't have to check the menu in between, it's a lot faster as long as I was still moving towards the goal. It's pretty good pair of menus. That is wrong. Wait, what? It finally split for Reno all of a sudden? Cool game.
Through that hole.
So I'm gonna heal right here. So I don't, I have a nasty habit of trying to walk through that cutscene too early and get stepped back. Healing is probably a little bit slower, but it's a good timing method for me. I'm gonna need to heal Cloud anyway, and I have a tendency to forget to do it while I'm on the rooftops, waiting for Aerith to go down one of those pipes, and then be like, "Tell me a story," and that's about when you want to heal.
Okay.
I will have a little bit shorter HP values because of it, so we're just gonna... What are you doing, game? It's not very happy about what I'm doing. All right. Are you kidding me? I mean, I 100% serious. That's exactly how this do be. The hand-over-hand minigames are pretty bad. Monkey bar is not fun. You can kind of tell that, like, I think the controller input shows it a lot more, that it's pretty jank, honestly. The problem is a lot of this is tied to camera movement. Your directional movement is 100% based on where the camera is positioned. So you can either do this by repositioning the camera to change your angle, or change your angle manually. I find most often I like doing it with a camera. But that middle segment right there where you cut down the chandelier offers some time saves in terms of you can hold right after the chandelier falls, as long as the camera's in the right place. Because of the camera change, you need it to be in that specific angle. But you can save a chunk of time off of getting past that quickly by getting additional movement. Aerith can push you, and today she just decided I'm not worth touching. You want to be careful here with Cloud. I find that like you want to sandbag a little bit and then just try and get past her on the left as soon as possible, so you can get out in front of her as soon as possible. You can get around her on the right, but it requires her to push you forward very, very far. You can end up in front of her at the beginning, but that requires her to push you all the way to the point. But the AI kind of does whatever it wants, so it can... Basically, the AI can save you time, or the AI can theoretically lose you time. I guess it depends on how you want to look at it.
To the Sector 7
I would look at it that the AI saved you time rather than losing you time.
Yep.
Depending on this game, to save you time is
that suit from earlier.
Not the smartest way to look at things.
Turks. What's a Turk want with you?
Dunno. Hey, don't Turks keep an eye out for potential soldiers and stuff?
They do more than just scout for candidates. Turks get called in to handle all kinds of situations with extreme prejudice.
Anyway.
Professional bad guys. Gotta love them.
Back to my question. So what's he to you? Looked like you knew each other.
Maybe he thought I could be the greatest soldier yet.
Forget it.
You mad?
You mad, bro? Infuriated.
Actually.
So this is a good point for donations, but since we don't have any, I guess I should explain self-destruct, and hopefully I won't have ADHD, and I'll actually explain self-destruct here. So obviously there's 4 enemy skill abilities. Alleged Aura is one of the useful ones. It makes a ice aura for 60 seconds. It does a significant chunk of damage over that 60-second time period, but it doesn't do it fast. So unless the fight's longer, it basically functions very well against like Vice solo fights.
On your own.
Or Vice, depending on how you want to call it, be a boss, super boss that you get from the Yuffie DLC, or completing the Yuffie DLC and beating the final boss. Nero,
Rusty.
you will have a solo fight with him is a bit longer, so you'll actually get stuff out of Alleged Aura. The other 2 are a soul, like HP Siphon or something, which is not worth. And the other one's Bad Breath. It doesn't inflict any usable status effects, to be honest. I mean, if it inflicted slow, poison, maybe stop, and Berserk, it would be worth doing, but it costs 2 ATB, and basically all it is a glorified poison. Because most of the status effects won't apply to anything that you actually need it on. So Self-Destruct is the most broken. Without intervention, Self-Destruct is awful and useless. So Self-Destruct is pretty good in terms of using it with the right setup. If you add Elemental Magic in, Self-Destruct does a lot more damage. And if you add in Magic Ups, it does even more. Because it's magic-based. You can also add HP up to it and recover HP out of the Self-Destruct. But Self-Destruct at its base level will kill you every time. You won't Reprieve will never activate. Angel Earrings, I believe, will activate because of the way they function. As it functions off you hitting 0 HP rather than none, but you usually want Berserk or Fury Ring to boost the damage from Self-Destruct. The main hinge, or the main linchpin in the Self-Destruct shenanigans is Subversion Warding. This will evade the instant death effect of Self-Destruct and will convert it into a massive chunk of self-damage. This self-damage is really useful because your limit can be gained off of how much damage you take or deal to yourself. That kind of stinks.
I'll protect you.
I was trying to cut my rolls so that I could get the shorter put away, but 2, 3, 5, 6. All right. So Self-Destruct will normally inflict instant death. Subversion Warding with a maxed out warding gives you 100% instant death evasion. So now what Self-Destruct does is inflict a humongous amount of self-damage. Usually the number you'll see will be 9,999 regardless of the situation. You can add elemental magic materia into the mix to, I think, increase the output damage. I'm not sure if it increases the self-damage. Like, the problem is some of the formulas we have aren't very clear. And we didn't get any additional addendums or Ultimania information from the adding of intermission or intergrade. We didn't get an additional Ultimania. The Ultimania is a Japanese guidebook that has a lot of damage and battle formulas and combat information from the developers themselves. So it makes our lives a lot easier in trying to figure out how things function, so on and so forth. But some of that information most of it is still pretty correct. There have been a couple of things that were tweaked. Infinity End and Blade Burst, or not Blade Burst, but Braver were both made stronger. You can get out, I think, of the end animation of Braver a little bit quicker. There's a high chance that your AI partner will dodge roll before a shortcut, which I don't understand why that's a thing. I don't know why, who, what, when, where. I don't know who was the guy that thought that was a good idea,
Off a
but
bit. Must have been a new
so
breed.
Sork Storm works right there because those hedgehog pies will initially spawn right next to her. And it's pretty nice because we don't have to waste any MP. The MP isn't really an issue, but it's the fact that it comes out instantaneously for the most part. But self-destruct does a ton of self-damage,
There,
which
check it
will
out. Part of the slum.
be converted into limit gain.
Still a fair ways off.
The cool thing is,
Well,
since
we
we're on
didn't
base HP and I swapped out Chain Bangle for Force Bracelet,
Don't have time for
I
And that's the
now
final
have
word
base
on it.
HP and the pretty much lowest defense I can possibly have outside of using, you can get 2 steps lower by using, like, Geometry Bracelet, and I think there's another one that you get earlier that's 4 slots but no linked. But Force Bracelet works for our purposes, and having the additional linked slots are very important in some people's routes,
Well,
so...
this isn't good.
we're just gonna escape from most of these fights because we don't need to fight any of this garbage. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So, unfortunately, sometimes Aerith just spawns in front of us. You might see it here with Aerith rolling. You can actually listen for it is the best way to do it. You can hear the dodge roll come out.
How shocking.
You got the roll. I delay her Thundera there because sometimes she'll instantaneously start casting it instead of rolling first. But when you see that delay between the spell popping up and you giving the AI the command, that's your cue that you got rolled on. I don't know why they added that. It's probably the worst upgrade that this game has. I'm assuming it was initially intended to be like that, and there was a bug or something that kept it from happening, but that was a good bug, not a bad one. But who knows? So you can see kind of right here how hard it is to maintain a direct angle. So a lot of us kind of roll the thumbstick because with the camera angle changing, it's not really, doesn't really want a straight-on input. It's going to keep changing. So we're going to head on into town here shortly. I guess we're going to lose a little bit of time. About a 30-second run from here to town,
Nice
so
work.
we might
Way to think
save
ahead.
time, we might lose.
Guess
Not
we're
sure.
home free.
Thanks.
But
Hey,
I am getting a little bit hitching and stitching, which will lose you time overall. There's not much you can do about it because that's just how Remake is. I could upgrade to the next version, but they never really specified whether they actually like
Should be able
optimize
to
this game
relax
so
a
it doesn't
little
run like
now.
trash instead of
forget
just
about the
patching
tips.
glitches. So I'd rather have the
come at us
lowest
anytime.
version
Keep an eye
and
out.
be able to do all the glitches. So we did save a little bit of time there. Everybody's at full HP, so this will be nice. I actually don't have to bother with healing at all. I'm going to go take a bathroom break because we can't do anything during this little cutscene. So I'm going to leave you guys to yourselves. Right back.
Using spies so they don't have to break
While
the
fallen
ceasefire.
beams and other debris continue to hinder
Those
rescue
foreign
efforts,
devils are
the
trying
fires
to start
appear to
another
have been
war.
mostly
So if we
extinguished.
help catch the bombers, we get a
over
reward or
there.
something?
That's the director of Shinra's Advanced Weaponry Division, isn't it?
Enough of that doom and
Excuse me,
gloom.
ma'am, but
But
would
we're
you mind
safe
answering a
down
few
here,
questions?
right?
They're targeting reactors. There's no
Can you
reason
give us
for
any
them to
updates
attack
on the status of the reactor?
So,
What
when are
kind
the
of
trains
damage
gonna
did it
start
suffer
up
in the
again?
explosion? Are we in any danger?
Mako Reactor 5 has been temporarily shut down, and all fires have been successfully extinguished. The situation is under control, and the people of our fair city need not worry about any additional complications. We're in the process of conducting a full forensic investigation, but we suspect the device used was similar to that employed in the attack on Mako Reactor 1.
That's wonderful.
The perpetrators of that atrocity were filmed making their escape. These agents of the eco-terrorist group Avalanche are currently believed to be in hiding somewhere in Midgar.
And given that this group has now attacked 2 reactors
If a
in
war
quick
does break
succession,
out, they
can they
kill
really be
enlist?
stopped before
Of
they strike
course.
again?
I'll do anything to protect the
What do
city I love.
you think? Have no fear. Shinra will
Actually, I
keep
was thinking of
Midgar
volunteering
safe.
for the watch, like you. That's wonderful. Let's take down Avalanche
Okay,
together.
time's up!
All right, let's go.
Those Avalanche guys are unbelievable. Without the reactors, how are we supposed to live?
We need to stand up and fight against anyone who tries to destroy our way of life.
Oh, what timing. Mind lending me a hand?
Place is really hopping, huh?
Nice side effect of the train situation. So, what do you say?
I'd love to, but I help out every now and then. It's fun.
Aerith!
Well, well. What are you doing all the way up there?
Was trying to get a look at the reactor. Who's this guy?
This is Cloud. He's a mercenary. And currently my bodyguard. That's Oates.
See you.
2 peas in a pod.
Aerith!
So, what are you guys up to?
We all went to see the reactor.
Oh, that's right. You're supposed to come by the house.
What for?
I don't know. You're just supposed to.
Well, guess we have a new destination. I should probably explain. The Leaf House is the local orphanage. That's where all these kids live.
Hey, Aerith, where'd you go?
The church again? Next time, we should all go together.
Why, hello, Aerith. As popular as ever, I see.
Apparently, but they should.
You know what
keep
would
me
probably
on my
help is if
toes.
I unmuted. You know, it's lucky because I was just
Better
bullshitting
than
about
being
Master
bedridden.
Duel anyway.
Thanks
So,
again for all those herbs.
so self-destruct, yeah. The thing that works here is because we have the lowest defense, no magic ups. We won't always inflict enough damage unless we get a really high roll or a self crit to gain a limit out of it. But we will get pretty close.
Since I'm so
So for the most part, what will happen
limited
is I'll keep.
sometimes.
Nice, the kids
Here's
push
the
me
Leaf
the right way.
House.
Thanks. So what will keep happening is
Well then, I hope
I'll get around 95% of my limit, which means I need to tank one additional hit without a magic up. I used to split the magic ups, but my thought process on that is Aerith's magic was already high enough, but it does introduce a lot of damage ranges and stuff, so... so there's a double save load here. This works out better on PC because you can just save load both immediately. This saves a little bit of time. This first one saves almost no time at all, but the fact that the load remover's there means we can save more time here on this one. If I actually... There we go. So what this'll do is it'll cancel out both these. There's like a set of 4 lines dialogue that happens here, and then like 5 or 6 lines of dialogue and a lot of like slow movement. So this will have us jogging immediately instead of doing all the lines of dialogue. Saves quite a bit of time here. There's a lot of little save loads all over the place. There's some that are frame perfect, that are pretty much colloquially banned right now. We're not sure if the save loads will be removed altogether or just we'll stick with what we have. There are a couple of like really... most of these ones are impossible to miss because they never lock you out of the menu. So it's obvious the developers either didn't care or didn't realize these existed.
There you go. That's my
But
house.
if you're talking about developer intent, you put yourself in a very narrow field where you're reading something into some guy that was overworked and slept in the office for 4 days while he was handling something and just wanted to go home and put a stamp of approval on it so he could go sleep in his bed for once. Especially with the way that I hear Japanese game development cycles go. I think the same thing still happens in America, though, too, where a lot of that gets kind of ridiculous, and crunch and overtime is a very unfortunate side effect of the way that management runs things, which is quite disgusting, to be honest. I want the game, but I don't want people to have to suffer and be overworked and underpaid for it.
Good eye. People used to give these
Part of the reason why I'm a big fan of indie games and stuff, too.
Interesting.
So, like,
right?
Metroid Dread's a great game, but if I can get that same feel out of an indie game, I really should be looking into stuff like that. Like, Ori is a really good game.
Which should we pick next?
That is very similar to that. Dread's super fun, though. The problem is like, it's really easy to latch onto AAAs and not find the undercards, you know what I mean?
As many as you can carry, so maybe a few more?
So we've got to pick 3 flowers here. It's a little bit faster to get the white ones.
I think we're good.
Yesterday I
What do
went
you
with
say?
the yellow,
Shall we
which
go?
would give you Chocobo. Today we're going with white, which will give you Moogle and is actually a little bit quicker because it's the closest to where you need to be. And then you can grab those foxtails, which are the green ones, and that will give you a Cactuar, a little guy that 1,000 needles your butt cheeks and can kill you pretty quickly if you're not paying attention. I always wanted to call it a Tonberry, but that's not. The Tonberry's in the game, and I hate that one just even worse than I hate the Cactuar, because you get shivved by that guy every once in a while. Hard mode Hell House is really rough, because if you don't lock down Hell House soon enough, he'll spit out some Tonberries. And I've actually had one of them kill Aerith during a cutscene trigger. It's kind of stupid. Little BS. Thank you. Bunch arrived. Probably do that in some of the handy mini games.
I remember.
Where's Aerith?
I'll wait for him to cool off a little bit though. So Rude is the next big thing, but the kids' playground, whatever you want to call it, is the next big issue. The main problem is there's rats there, which you're probably thinking, rats? Why are rats a problem?
I know someone.
Some developer laughing his ass off was thinking Call to Arms was the best thing ever. And what that is a move that will summon another wave of rats. So now you've got another wave of, like, unnecessarily weak enemies that are just in your way. But the problem is they take forever to dig up out of the ground, so they're not hittable. And usually when you get one wave, you get 2 or 3. Because it's, if one gets damaged before it dies, it has a very high chance of activating that ability. Then I think it gets less and less likely as more waves are spawned to the point where it goes down to 0. So what we're trying to use is Sorcerer Storm to hit everything at once and just end the combat immediately. That's why I have it equipped. Otherwise, I probably wouldn't have Sorcerer Storm equipped. I'd have Soul Drain equipped. I find Soul Drain is better utility purposes. Sorc Storm's cool, but it's too close range and can end up leading to some major issues with Aerith, throwing herself into a stun pool, or
So where's the guy?
more or less getting her punched in the face by enemies, because she will never get, well, not now. She will get HP up in the Whispers fight, and that's a side effect of Cloud stealing both of her magic ups. But other than that, she doesn't get HP up, and that's just an unintended side effect of stuff. So I Thundera Magnified there. Normally, I would suggest locking on. I want to make sure the rats get the Sorc Drain here.
That it?
So I want to play this safe. I almost pushed one of the rats out of Sorc Drain, but Sorc Storm should pop them both pretty easily.
There they are.
That was pretty shitty camera management on my part. I needed to have that camera way more tilted towards the river. You want to make sure the camera is tilted the right way at all times, because there's some times where the game wants to change the camera angle on you, and it really wants you to look at stuff. Are you serious? That was so stupid.
Let's be smart.
That'll do.
Gonna get windy. Okay.
Okay, that was really dumb, but whatever, I guess. Not much I can do about that. So one rat just decided to screw me over there. Blade Burst? Sure. I meant to disorder, but I'm so out of sorts right now that I kind of just crammed whatever button I wanted. SD. So we got arrow.
Enjoy the
Into
ride.
arrow. Get back. Thundera.
How shocking.
And we're gonna come over here and wait for a little bit. Thundera. Make sure they're both standing up.
You jittery?
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. Gotta make sure they're both standing up because of that happening.
Right there.
That's very unfortunate. This was an unfortunate series of events. Probably gonna lose some time here. But we're staying even with a run that was really gold. A lot of the early game was pretty, a lot of time save. So that's not that bad, actually. As long as we're staying even with it. And keep staying on time. So we're gonna just ignore this guy and get to the other side, because this rolling's a lot faster than walking at the speed of slow. And we're gonna walk right into this and move on.
Well, you see, Bradley used to be a soldier. What?
Lunchtime, so I'm gonna take a snack break. Kind of. This fight's very straightforward. Thundera Magnified, done.
Piece of cake.
If you really want to be careful about it, you can lock on first. So now the next big thing is Rude.
You gotta work at it.
You'd think my MP is low, but because of Synergy, I don't have to worry about my magic nearly as much. So I really only need a 21 MP for Araga.
Yeah, it was really cool when you went.
In the second phase with Rude, so
You've got it all
this
wrong.
MP is 3 times what I need.
Like that. No way. It was way faster than that. Pya, pya, like that.
Fine. Then how about...
So what we're gonna do with Rude is we're gonna attack him to bait out a counterattack, and then I'm gonna switch to Punisher stance so that I take that attack and counter the counter.
Thank you.
That will get my HB up to maximum.
You guys are
I'll
both
disorder out of my stance, which will hit him relatively hard, refund some ATB, hit pretty quick, and what more importantly will trigger an arrow synergy out of Aerith. And that will be enough to do quite a bit of damage to him.
I'm on the clock.
I'll follow up with an ATB boost into a self-destruct. This will trigger an additional synergy, which I'm going to take this off here. This will trigger an additional synergy, which will burn through the rest of his life points. So, the arrow synergies plus self-destruct are mainly the damage sources here. Everything else is really done for ATB manipulation. It's also, you want to do the disorder. Well, if you disordered into the SD without using ATB boost, you could trigger ATB assist. It's not optimal to bother triggering assist there because we don't need to cast any spells with Aerith in phase 1. So we don't need to go for the assist.
He was dressed all
But you could disorder twice if you really, really, really wanted to. But your SD would miss because he'll get flinged over your head before you self-destruct. So we're going to swing on in. Into disorder. Into ATB boost. Into kaboom. So the whole setup here is so that I can get a limit here. Sometimes I can hit myself hard enough with my self-destruct to get the limit. Most of the time I won't. So I'm going to Araga, hold right, and then I'm going to guard the ground wave that he always starts this phase with.
I don't believe
so we're going to Araga, guard, into cross slash.
Words.
You'll be blown away.
So that, so unfortunately the rat there is quite the problem. That's basically right there was the call to arms. Very much a huge time loss. So, there you go. That's what you get. But that's fine, as long as we're still treading water.
You're heading in?
That's what we want.
Nah.
Oh my lord, will you not eat my buffered down input? Good.
Nah.
Are you?
Not quite yet.
What? I'm hating everything
You're
right
heading
now.
in?
Yes. Yes.
Yeah.
Ugh. It buffered a down input on the next one. Are you serious? I'm kind of annoyed.
You're leaving?
So,
It's simple. It isn't exact.
was one.
Promise me.
You got it.
Thank you.
It's fine. There's like 2 minutes to save in the end game because I screwed up after doing Genova right. I somehow threw Arsenal. And I also threw, was it Sephiroth? No, I think it was Whispers I threw. And I threw some of the fights before Arsenal. I'm not surprised I'm losing time here, though, because I frickin' said yes, no, no, yes at the door like a bazillion times. This just kind of shows how bad that can go. It really does lose a lot of time accidentally doing that twice, especially on the second option, not even the first one. Pretty rough. But whatever. We got plenty of time to save everywhere.
They're still working on the new plate. I don't like this part of Midgar. Back when they were still
You don't like
building
this part of Midgar,
there was
huh?
an accident
Who would have
and the
thought?
plate fell. People had only just started moving in, so there weren't a lot living there at the time.
So we're gonna skip here. If this run does die, I think I'll probably play some more Master Duel. I need to grind out the higher ranks, so I most likely won't be doing a lot with this. Hey, Steamed Hams, how's it going? How's it going? Hope you're doing well despite all the Discord in the Discord. Been, kind of concerned about that. And I'm glad to see, that at least the viewer base is still there. People that are interested in the game are still... Yeah, it seems to have gotten very heated. I feel a little bit guilty for bringing up the stupid thing. I'm sure if I hadn't have brought it up, somebody else would have. But I think a lot of us should have just said, fuck it. I didn't realize it was going to be like this, though. It's one of those things, right? Where, like, you feel guilty. Like, something that's out of your control happens, and you do something that's unrelated, then you feel guilty about it. We're going to Soul Drain just to get this done. Let's see here. This for this. Alright, did the menu. We did the thing.
Kinda cute, don't you think?
I really wish it had not been like that, because
Oh,
a lot of things happened when I was poking around and I was looking at the list of people there, and I'm like, this is not good. This is very much not good. I think the way that it unfolded, it was going to be something eventually.
Are you serious? Absolutely.
For sure.
I'll throw down the ladder for you to climb.
Because it looked like it was going to boil over sooner or later. And I think there was a lot of inappropriate interactions that could have been avoided, but I think the problem is along with the internet, people can take things a little bit too seriously. I think that's what Wolverine had mentioned. You disagree with me, I feel personally offended.
Well, what did I tell ya?
I think having an opinion, this is going to be a very old fucking man statement, but opinions are like assholes. Everybody's got one. You know?
Did we wake it up?
Memeing, like, why does it matter? Everybody has a differing opinion, and some of them stink. You know? That's just how it is. So, like, I really want to be lazy about it and, like, just cherry pick whatever's convenient and be like, well, if we have a certain frame window, you know, like Barrett's Hay in Chapter 7 saves 15 seconds, that's cool, and it's not that hard to hit. But if everybody just wants an all or nothing, fine, I'll go no. Well, it would be nice to have it in a few places, but, you know, at the end of the day, I want everybody to enjoy speedrunning and not be at each other's throats. So, everybody being at each other's throats is kind of, like, sad for me. Yeah, that was a lot of, like, legit Discord drama that just didn't need to happen. I've been trying to, like,
I bet you can grab that container
make sure that I'm not, like, out of, kind of, like, looking at it from a weird perspective. You know what I mean? So, I've been mentioning it when people pop in, whether it be bringing it back up or not. I just, like, I need to affirm that I'm not, like, I'm out of hand with it. Because I think it is important for everybody to hear each other's opinions and be able to say, well, I think a frame-perfect 30-second time save in Chapter 11 is kind of stupid and could ruin runs and the enjoyment of the game. And the whole point of NMG is to, like, enjoy the game, theoretically, or something. So, it's like a matter of trying to figure out whether that's a reasonable take or not.
Okay, right there.
The problem is it was impossible for me to follow everyone's opinion because there was so much flaming going on and drive-bying. Like, I could barely glean what was going on and didn't even notice most people's, like, legitimate arguments because it spiraled. I think we need to just start it over again in its own channel a couple of days later and be like, look, everybody say your piece, and if you want to talk with each other, that's fine, but let's not be inflammatory, I think, is the best way to do it.
Not too fast, okay?
Got it.
I think they should be allowed to. The problem is I want to have my cake and eat it too, and I want the stupid ones that are really hard to do that could kill your run at Chapter 11 if you get it, to be fucking gone. But that's, like I said, have your cake, eat it too attitude. I still have my cake, but I ate half of it anyway. So we're gonna Storm into Blade Burst here to take care of Bandit. Butch, I think it is. Butch has a ridiculous amount of HP for no particular reason. That's not right. Sworder. Sure. Just Sword Storm. I forget everything.
Let's be smart.
Can I Blade Burst this garbage? That was absolutely okay. Whatever. Just die, dickhead.
It's over.
Butch, you can go fuck yourself. At the top end, it would be a run killer with, what, that's 30 seconds, right? If you add in both 5 and 7 being whiffed, you're a minute behind, right?
Shit, let's get the hell out of here!
That's the only reason,
Don't leave me, I'm coming!
I'm just saying that from the perspective of no Sephi, or getting Sephiroth, missing Chapter 5 and 7, all in one run. Because that means you're a minute and a half behind, depending on how you do it. But maybe I'm taking a more extreme approach at it than I should be. Blade Burst into Thundera. Also, I swear to God, if you shock her, I'll murder the hell out of you. I'm just saying it from the perspective of missing all of them, but... I mean, we're not gonna find any more, right? Because frickin' it looks like Foxy left. So, I doubt we'll get any more at this point. Unless he comes back. Because I was looking through the Discord and I didn't see Foxy. I didn't even see Catbus, which surprised me. Kind of... definitely managed to gut the fucking Discord out of stupidity. I'm not even gonna, like... Wow. I'm not surprised. Let me see. I gotta... hit that. That's not it. I think,
It's this way.
No. Shit. That's B, idiot. Oh, yeah, he privated those. That sucks. That means all the resources are gone. Oh, that's... Well, I guess Glitched is gutted now. I can understand his viewpoint. I thought that would happen, because I didn't see him in the Discord, so I figured he did that. That he just said, fuck this shit. I'm gonna guess, I'm gonna hazard a guess here that he probably said he got sick of finding shit and then having it get banned because people didn't want to do it. So he felt like it was a waste of time, I'd imagine. I don't know. The video is private, but it doesn't pull up the channel. I don't have a link to the... I had links to his videos, but I don't have a link to him. I think it's Foxy Dits is the same thing. But, you know, if he deleted his channel, then it's not going to be there. You could probably look it up on desktop, maybe, but I'm not sure.
What are you talking about?
God, this run is awful.
Hold it, say goodbye.
Alright, look. This guy again?
Stay back.
God damn it. That's shit.
We made it. Smell the fresh air?
Oh, cool. I got fucking run speed, too. Nice. You're here. Oh, he has one video. I can't blame him.
Cloud.
I think it definitely got out of hand. And I can understand his frustration. I think the problem was he was being inflammatory. In this very, very narrow reading, obviously, that he was being inflammatory. So he got a timeout for being inflammatory, and I think that's right. But I also can understand that I'm almost 100% certain he's frustrated with finding stuff and then having people be like, this is too difficult, I don't want to do this.
Here.
So he was probably already frustrated from Glitchless, or NMG, and, like, people not wanting to do his stuff. I want to learn his skips, but now it's going to be really fucking hard without the videos unless somebody else makes it. And Cat Bus is probably, like, the only person, maybe?
Come on, Cloud. We gotta hurry.
So it would have to be, like, Wody and Doug, I guess, that would make those videos. Because they're the only ones that know the glitches. As far as I know, that are active. Wody seems to understand them pretty well. I'm not sure if anybody else has done any of the PS5 out of bounds stuff. Like, I'm gonna need help learning Chapter 8 now, because, like, you know, I don't have access to his video. I know how to do most of it, but I don't know how to travel out of bounds properly anymore. And there's no resource for it. I guess I should have fucking... If I had seen this coming...
Well...
I really wish we had just stuck with glitchless in the first place, honestly. That would have stopped this from happening in the first spot. And we just decided immediately, alright, these are... You know, this is what's going to be allowed, this is what's not going to be allowed. It would have come up sooner or later, unfortunately, I think, the category discussion. But, I guess you're right? Unless you're in world record territory, a save load shouldn't end your run. Even those two. A minute time loss should not end your run unless you're on world record pace, right? Like, you have to be you have to be on pace for 430x for a save load to kill your run. And anybody saying other than that it's an inconvenient truth for you. Even for me, I think it wouldn't kill my run. It would frustrate me into quitting, though. Because it's such a huge time loss to take when I'm already on a bad run.
How about me then?
Maybe.
So...
You know Leslie?
Excuse?
Kinda cute.
Come on.
Do you have Aerith?
Seriously?
I don't know, it's...
Denied.
And who can...
The trio. First. And then there's Matt. Last but not least, they're an eccentric.
I think we should have all gone the Wody route
Thanks for the info.
of, I'm not gonna fucking do it. That's it. Not a problem. We don't need to remove it from the rule set. Is it really unfair that somebody hits 2 frame perfect tricks and saves 50 seconds compared to you when you don't want to do it? No, not really. Is it obnoxious? Yeah. Right now, as it is, you can still beat them without hitting it. So, like, Strife would have to hit both of those and put up a really good run with his route. Yesterday, I did lose my PB over several seconds, but I saved and lost that time over and over again over the course of the run. So, like, I kept going, like, up to, like, minus 30 and then plus. Minus 30 and then plus. So, I can't say that, oh, you know, not doing Chapter 11 skip is what caused the run to die. I don't know. It's... I like the idea of glitchless, like, not really requiring too high of a skill ceiling outside of in-game mechanics, I think, is kind of how I infantilize it as. Maybe that's not reasonable for the entire community, and it shouldn't be the way we go with it. Maybe we add a different category for just gameplay only, no unintended chicanery. I guess the reason I feel that way is the, yeah, I feel like, I had a feeling that was the case. That there was a timeout and then it got out of hand really fast and spiraled. 156? Awful.
How was it?
Huh?
You okay?
Yeah.
All we got left for crazy stuff is,
You're acting weird, Cloud.
I think everybody got way too fucking heated way too fast. I can't believe that boiled over in 2 to 3 days, but it was gonna happen sooner or later.
Think you'll make a habit of
If it boiled over something this small, it was gonna happen eventually. I just wish it had happened over something, like, reasonable.
I've seen everything I need.
Hopefully, it happening over something, what I would say is very small and insignificant in the long run, will allow the chance for people to look back and go, you know, it was really stupid that we got super mad about this dumb little thing. maybe we can, you know, go back and, you know, be like, hey, you know, that was pretty petty and childish.
How much?
What I said.
Do you you don't mind if I hang out in the Discord or whatever? I really like. I really hope that there can be some healing over it, because it's over such what I'd say is very petty.
What have we gotten ourselves into?
Yeah. I felt like it was out of hand yesterday, but I was like, I need to stream. I need to keep working on my business. You know, at the very least, I look at it in the form of a business, right? Trying to maintain my streaming schedule. Whether I turn it into a business or not, or, you know, into some sort of positive net income that I can fuel back into the stream to increase the quality and keep entertaining people. But I was like, I gotta do my thing for me. But this is looking a little dicey. And then when I saw how it got today, I was like, I should have fucking said shit yesterday. I saw it getting out of hand, and I think a lot of us, unfortunately, didn't, you know, go, guys, we're getting way too mad about this. It's just a save load. This is, you know... Yeah, I decided, you know what, it's better to just stream and keep working on my gameplay. And then just... But, yeah, having the rules pinned down would have been more decisive. I think it's better to do a run that would be banned from the leaderboard and get the practice in than, you know, not. So just go with the old rule set. Is what my idea was at the time. Damn dog. But yeah, it would have been nice if we could have gotten the rules sorted out in a few days. But the problem is that, like, they're cropped up two people on polar opposite ends, and two or more people on polar opposite ends that really didn't like the other's opinion, which led to a very specific interaction that really couldn't have been stopped, I don't think, because it would have happened regardless. Even if somebody had, like, stepped in between and been like, whoa, 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 wait a second. Like, they may have taken it to the DMs or whatever, but, you know, there's a really good chance that Foxy would have still left the, you know, Discord because he felt, you know, attacked or whatever, because he does a lot of work on those glitch hunts, and then, you know, it kind of turns into a, okay, that was really dumb. Please? I got a freebie! Freebie! Oh, I was really late with that SD. I got a freebie for sure. Let me look at my Hell House setting. Alright. Yeah, I think some of the discussion should have been between people in DMs. I do think, like, the one thing that was really silly was when it got moved to NMG, to keep the lobby free.
It's not your turn yet.
It was, I don't think the reading of trying to hide it from other runners was a reasonable interpretation of what happened. I think that's the place the discussion should have started and should have stayed there. Okay.
You jittery?
Focus. We're gonna actually SD this guy.
How shocking!
I won't give up.
That's it.
See ya. That's that.
Okay, that's about as good as that's gonna get. Really? Healed Cloud twice, huh?
And the winners of the Tornado Cup, the deadly and dynamic duo.
I'm just... It happens, right? There are always people that are kind of extreme, but I'm just really sad that it barreled out into that. I think it's healing for Skillmaster MP for that. Then I want to go into Fire and Wind, into Berserk, Thundera, to Arcane Ward, into Aurora. It's kind of funny to me that I shortcut Arcane Ward so long, because I use it on like 4 bosses back to back. Well, 3. Because I wouldn't count Ghoul as a boss. Ghoul is a shitty mini-boss that exists in the damn game. Arcane Ward into this, into Disorder, or Berserk rather.
This couple has fought the toughest of the tough, the meanest of the mean.
This one's for you.
Perfect ATB on Aerith though. Good, good, good. I started switching to Aerith there in between Cloud Slashes because he takes so long to reset between his overset and switch back to normal stance.
Not yet.
That way I can do a little bit of extra damage and make sure Aerith has good ATB. So hopefully I could get her fire off immediately. So let's get the arrow rut going and go hard left here.
What the?
Look out.
Arrow into Punisher, into Triple Ski, Thunder Fire ATB boost. Okay, a little bit longer, fine. Okay, there we go. Pretty good, pretty good. Whew, I was worried I was going to lose the run here to Hell House. I feel like Hell House is one of those fights that I'm really bad at and also really good at. It's one of these weird fights where I'm like both awful and get out of here. I really love the fact that we can use Buster Sword. Hey, Clara, how's it going? How's it going? Hope you're having a good day. Drama-free. Take this, and we want Thunder, Fire, Disorder. Okay. Yeah, plus 25, I'm not surprised. I did some pretty bad, I had a pretty awful highway. What? Oh.
There you are.
Excuse me?
So mad.
Sure.
I was big events like the Corneo Cup.
That was... I thought it auto-split for Hell House, but I remembered there at the last minute. Hope you have been doing good. Been talking about like kind of how the Discord spiraled over the last few days, so not sure if you got dragged into it at all. Hopefully everybody pretty much was able to say what they wanted to, got pulled out of it. Problem is it was impossible to follow up on like, everybody's like thoughts because it kind of spiraled into an argument. And that probably could have been in DMs. And it got a lot of people got hit by that drive-by, if you will allow me to.
Which is to say, I have a few.
There was one thing I was going to do while we were having that same discussion, and I'm very glad I stayed away. Oh, yeah. I'm very sad that they're not,
Well, I do.
Fair enough, fair enough.
Hey, Cloud.
I could call you bro, right?
That was it was very toxic, yeah.
Just want to say, bro, that I'm totally relieved that you're looking out for Tifa. So, like,
I'm looking forward to getting Vincent and Sid in the next game. At least Vincent. I'm hoping we make it to Cosmo Canyon. I could see if, depending on how long it takes them to develop the game, that we only make it to the tanker. Either tanker, Gold Saucer, or Cosmo Canyon. Maybe Nibelheim. Maybe we'll get up to the Sid, which would normally be the Disc 1 break, and get the broken Tiny Bronco, or whatever form of ocean travel we normally would get.
If you even think, and that's some, or it could want get it.
So I want to hope that we get to Nibelheim.
If I were you,
I think maybe Yuffie will be optional in the next game to where you can find her, but she will show up by the end of the game. Yeah. Yeah, exactly that, Steamed. I'm too old for that shit. That's the disappointing part, right? This is something we do for fun. It shouldn't have been taken so seriously.
Dolled up and fabulous. Where are you headed tonight?
Yeah.
I see the way you're looking looking at her.
I was looking to confirm what I already knew. There is no...
Sorry for kind of digressing, Killox. The Discord's had a little bit of drama recently because we found some more glitches that are very unfun. That can save a ton of time, but are very hard to do. So there's been some very polarizing opinions on it. And some people taking it, unfortunately, a little bit more seriously than we probably should have. In matters of, like, we just needed to decide what was okay for runs or not. And...
Wait.
No, Ken. So,
but
Madam M said, so
the game's fun. I'm actually looking forward to Yuffie. It would be really cool if she's separated into, like, as a DLC character, because they obviously didn't force her to interact with the characters during the main storyline. So there's no hard scripting right now that she's going to definitely interact with the main party, right? We definitely.
And here's chosen by our honored.
Yeah, Wody, I'm sorry that things happened the way they did. I would have never brought up the topic if I had even thought it would end like this. Not a single time.
Come on, Cloud! Get into it!
To be fair, I'm disappointed in myself for not inserting a cooler head. Even if I'm not a moderator, I think a lot of us kind of saw that spiraling, and I don't think there was enough cooler heads saying, this is a little bit out of hand and this is unreasonable. There just as easily could have been some people chiming in and being like, guys, we're not moderators, but you're definitely, this is like a personal discussion. So, honestly, if I put myself in the moderator's shoes, I probably, personally, I don't know how I would have reacted to that, because there was some very upset people that very much did not want to hear what other people were saying. What am I doing? So, I do have plenty of time saves later. So, we'll have to find those. I don't know where they're gonna be.
That show today blew my mind.
Yeah, that'll be one to remember.
Yeah, that was the problem for me. Is I saw the first wave of this was like at midnight.
Was it
like
from the start?
Probably not.
I'm an early bed, early to rise kind of guy, and I'm like, holy fuck, what happened here? Between like 12 and 1.
Time to go home and get some sleep. Please don't.
I saw them in the waves that they happened. And after the first wave, I asked for clarification because I saw the new rules pinned, and didn't quite realize that I was taking a literal fire and throwing it back into a fucking a house fire. And like I was like, okay, I gotta do my job. I gotta stream. You know, that's if I'm working towards this as a goal, I need to focus on making sure that I produce content consistently, regularly. And am I going to make a lot of money off this? No, but, you know, if you're going to provide a service and expect something for it, you need to be consistent about it, you know?
Here you are.
And then I look at the Discord and I'm like, I literally cannot read through all of this before my stream without, like, starting an hour late. What do I do here?
The two of you here for the audition? Second floor.
Wody, I can very much understand the, like, I saw the part where you said you quit, and I can very much understand because that was it was ridiculous, at that last point right there, where it's like, I'm fucking doing real life shit, calm down. Please, just give me a minute.
Now?
We could talk about this when I, you know, get a chance to sit down and not do this driving, you know. Like, even if I was upset, I would have just said, you know, fucking fine. Message me when you're available or whatever. So Twin Stinger into Mithril, Wind over Fire. Shit. Okay. Let's see here. What, Twin Stinger, what am I just said it out loud. Over Mithril, yes. And then Wind over Synergy. Wait, what? Yep. My brain has broke again. I think self-reflection is very important. That's not correct. I wanted to do that because of the save load right here. Yeah. I mean, that's the problem, right? If somebody is going to take things as a personal problem, personal attack, then there's not much you can do about it. I think one of the things, like, that I often say with RPG Limit Break, too, and this is true of, like, AGDQ as well, that hobbies like this tend to attract people with mental disabilities. And I'm not calling anybody, like, literally retarded. I'm just saying that there's going to be people that have weaknesses with communication. And that's what I'm edging towards here, that moderation is never easy because in arguments like this, it's going to draw out the worst in people, and even normal people can have issues with communications, and then people that already have communications problems. Advent Children, it's a really good movie. I like it. I'm sorry for kind of like having to go over drama in the Discord over the video game. Let's see here, actually. Let's get this Arcane Ward going. Advent Children's a really good movie. I like it. Kind of stinks that it took so long to make this game after Advent Children. Berserk. Alright. Star Shower, ATB Boost, Fire Up, Fire. Star. What the hell?
One more.
Aerith, Fire Up. Okay, I barely got out of that alive. Sorry for the average viewers. I really,
I'm pretty sure the sewers.
Another one of those.
Nice gold split. Nice gold split plus 2 seconds, minus 2 seconds.
Sure.
Stop it. Mithril into Iron Blade. Wait, what? That's not correct. Into Iron Blade, no. Then it's ATB boost for this, Magnify for that, Wind for this. My brain is kind of unsurprisingly all over the place. Blade Burst? Blade Burst. Somersault, Magnify, Arrow, Magnify, and Fire. And then I want to save load here for a little bit of time save. That's the reason I hold the menu off. But unfortunately, I rolled my my stuff down a little bit lower than I should have.
Okay, then.
Let's do this.
He's on cloud. God damn it.
Get ready.
Tifa just somersault since he's going to be over here.
You're burning up.
That was really awful.
That's the way to do it.
Favorite boss battle? Let me think. Like my actual favorite fight, like the one that I feel is the funnest, or the one that I think is like the most challenging? Let me think about that. I think, my favorite would have to be good old Sephi, because I didn't expect to see him in this game. It's a really fun fight.
You're dead.
That's got some really cool execution to it. Could you not do that, though? Keep going. Okay, and then we want to... No. Arrow, please.
Let's go.
Why is everything killing me? I think it's a very challenging fight. Vice is very good too. Hell House is a cool one. The only I ended up disliking Hell House because I learning the speedrun route for him. Transitioning between phase 1 and 2 is very long, about 30 seconds. And if you mess up your setup and what you have, like ATB wise, Punisher, weapons, you know, who you're on, that phase 2 rundown phase can get you killed every time. So if you accidentally do phase 1 improperly, you end up losing a ton of time there.
Wow.
It's an antique.
So that's... I do like Hell House, but that 30-second cutscene ruins it for me now. It was interesting to see him brought up from a regular enemy to a boss battle. Can I... No, I can't? Okay, thank you. But Sephiroth, I think, is the most interesting, especially since you fight him in waves. It's even cooler once you find out you can manipulate who you have in that fight. You can manipulate it so you get Tifa, Aerith, or Barret, depending on how many kills and staggers they get. They get a different amount of point value. So Sephiroth is really cool in that. Whispers is really long and boring because of all the cutscenes. It's cool the first couple of times, but after that, it's like, please just end my suffering. But it is a very good, for a cinematic fight, it's very good. Could you not walk into the wall, though?
Wait a minute. I know this.
So this is where...
And we're set.
Might be harder than...
Let's just try to... We can do this.
Yeah, I think that's the only way to bring Hell House into the game, right? As a boss. Because as a casual enemy, he stomped the ever-loving stuffing out of me, casually. Okay. I'm actually getting my groove back here.
Good sweat.
Absu 1 is pretty interesting. I dislike Specimen and Absu 2 because they punish you for killing the ads in the fight actively. The only fight that rewards you for getting rid of the ads is Genova. Getting rid of the tentacles is actually helpful in Phase 3. Or rather, the objective in Phase 3. Phase 4, they're useless to get rid of. The Specimen is really bad because the enemies can cast fire and ice, which have such a short cast time and hard that they interrupt almost everything you do. It's ridiculous. Fire you can legitimately do nothing against outside of elemental fire on your armor, and that's so stupid to have to do that. Airbuster's a real cool fight. The speedrun fight is, like, makes him look insignificant, but I was fighting him the other day without a leveled up file, and he was pretty difficult. Same with Scorpion, too. Scorpion has some pretty interesting stuff going on. Ups the ladder, please.
Is that it?
Okay. But bosses with ads, I don't think are very well balanced. Whoever programmed Ghoul can go... not program another boss, just let him have enemies. It's bad enough that Sledgeworms exist, Ghoul shouldn't be a boss. Sledgeworms are already silly enough. Sledgeworms are such a weird fight, but at least they have a weakness if you know that you can cast when they're attacking to consistently hit them. But Ghoul is just kind of BS, because Ghoul can just float over desks and stuff and be like, haha, I'm invincible! It's fair in the normal difficulties because you can just elixir or, you know, high potion or whatever to do a ton of damage. But in hard, Ghoul is unfair and broken because spells will hit the furniture. The only way to consistently hit Ghoul is with cure spells, which means you have to go out of your way to give healing to Aerith. And considering how broken the ghost fights before that are, I'm not a big fan. Yeah. Okay, Clara, thanks for dropping by. Thanks for lurking, I appreciate it. You don't like Ghoul? Oh, wait, hard mode. Yeah. Yeah. What I wouldn't give to throw 1 elixir, I'd give up all my MP on a character to cast that, or to throw an elixir there.
They're nothing.
Compared to us, at least. Gonna get windy. Go on.
Okay, let's get down here.
You're good at this.
Whew. And this run is in a bad place. Actually, this splits in a really weird spot. I actually like split up the
Don't hold
the
back.
sewer.
Watch out for high wind.
Let's do this.
Disorder for the fire.
Just like that, okay?
Okay.
I gotcha.
Mm-hmm. Last 3 chapters of the game. Yeah, the chapter 17 and 18, in terms of a speed run, is literally just a boss rush. Nothing more, nothing less. You basically have to do 5 bosses back to back. 6 if you're doing new game because of the bike minigame and
There must be
Motorball.
some way we can lower the water.
It's not very fun, honestly. It leads to a lot more. It is like in terms of routing it, it's kind of interesting.
This ought to drain the water.
Anytime now. And I want to do that. I should probably have lost more time. Normally, we'll just, we'll just split there.
Must be busted.
A red light, we can use it. I remember.
All right.
Aerith.
Chapter 17, Hojo's lab is pretty good. I'd say in terms of design. The sledgeworms are pretty unbalanced, though. Everything else is pretty well balanced, I'd say, in Hojo's lab. Swordpede is challenging the first time through.
This is a little different from the one at the bar.
So I guess it's a 6-boss rush. Genova is very difficult. Rufus can be very punishing if you don't understand how he works. And then Arsenal is very rough because you probably don't expect that fight. Fuck me. Oh, I'm sorry. This minigame is very difficult. Really? That was completely my fault. I had no excuse to miss that one. I had absolutely no excuse to miss that again. Hopefully I will hit this one, but no promises. One, two, three, 4. Okay. Well, I'm only up 1. That's nice.
All right.
It's a pretty rough run, though, honestly. Okay, there is... I can save this time. Personally. With MP Absorb... Oh, you played in Classic mode, so you didn't die a single time. That's fair enough. Honestly, the action of this game is fairly difficult to deal with in comparison to, say, the old RPGs. It's a good action game, good action RPG, but in terms of, like, an RPG player, it's... There we go, nice. The somersault would have killed anyway.
Never in doubt.
Alright, let's,
This won't take long. Get ready.
Okay, I should have not disordered there. That's fine, though.
That's the way to do it.
Can we go up the ladder? Could we go up the ladder? Up the ladder.
Hope the pillar's not much
Fire
further.
into disorder, into that.
Let's finish this.
Okay, that's actually really bad.
See ya. Going in. Get ready.
Are you serious with this? That's really mind-blowing.
I'll go on ahead.
I don't think I've ever seen Aerith get down there. I waited too long to do the fire of fire, I guess. That's pretty rough. 10, I'd say about 15 seconds of those is from the pump. I missed an additional pump than I did last time. I can come back from this, but I'm probably going to move my splits somewhere else so I don't lose my mind.
This is the train graveyard.
Kind of move that over here.
A real
out from underneath my
Sector 7 should be
run.
just past that large maintenance facility over there. I vote we stay in the light so we can see where we're going.
Dark, dark everywhere.
That it?
It is perfectly reasonable to play in classic mode. It's there so people can enjoy the game
It's dessert.
and the story.
Not just
What kind?
Everyone's
Sorry, I shouldn't be eating and talking at the same time. Can't help myself though.
Is that right?
Have very little time
Let's
to
hurry.
downtime, so. But yeah, classics mode's there for a reason, so you don't ever have to feel bad for playing it. The developers put it in there, right?
Seriously.
No more games. You'll
In
be
terms of a
all right.
speed run, it would be really slow playing classic mode.
Glad that's over.
But yeah, if that's what it takes to get through the story, that's why it's there. I don't judge. If you know you're not good with action games or you don't have like a good strong wrist or whatever, then it's fair. The devs put it in there because they wanted to include everybody in the game, not just people that could manage. Get out of here. I needed to magnify, not arrow magnify. Screwed myself there.
Why would there be kids out here this late?
What?
I would get rid of the splits, but it's impossible to tell what your final time is on PC if you don't have splits up because of the load removers that we've factored in. So, right now I've decided I'm gonna transition to going for a complete run rather than a good run. So yeah. This game is really nice. I like it. So we're set up for some chicanery. Normally you would think Wind Magnify is not that good, but it's actually stealth really strong. It has another property quite like,
Enjoy the ride.
another property very similar to Ice. Ice Magnify and Wind Magnify both have a bonus to them where they'll create all copies of the spell before they cast it. So we can abuse that to get through some stuff in a really fast way. Aerith. Era.
Let me watch out for high winds.
Alright, up the ladder, please. Alright. Decent fight. So we're going to want to be using Berserk a ton. That's why I still have it shortcutted. Ghoul is, I believe, immune to Berserk. Or it doesn't matter, one or the other. I'm not quite sure. I think all the binding spells, Ghoul's immune to.
All right,
the only recent bosses are Abzu 1 and Eligor that are weak to Berserking. So we can go for some... God, I wish I could go for the save load here. Put me back in the green pretty easy. I kind of want to because this run's so bad. I'm going to resist the urge.
Look! Over there!
I'm not going to start a fight over this stupid skip and then, well, shout. So this fight right here, we can do some pretty interesting stuff on. So I'm going to switch stances immediately, Disorder, to hit twice, and then get a Fire Synergy. That's enough to roast that ghost. So we're going to lock onto that one, get close with this, Disorder, switch to Tifa, and slide on in here as far as I can go. So I'm trying to get them to interact with these areas as soon as possible. I don't know how Tifa got so far behind. I'm not sure what happened there. Why Aerith moved at the speed of sound, but Tifa decided to go back. You know what it was? I know what it was. It was the uppercut. She was uppercutting. Okay, I gotta be careful about the uppercut parries then. What can happen is I'm canceling her parry animation with the uppercut attack. And sometimes when you exit combat, you'll buffer the uppercut input. So Tifa will uppercut as soon as you exit combat. And normally that's not much of an issue, because Cloud's the one in your control.
That's not funny, you know.
Guess the crane's up there.
Okay, let me try that again without food. So I'm canceling out Tifa's parries with uppercuts. Her whirlwind uppercut to be specific. And what that does is it cancels out the back half of the parry animation, which is kind of slow. So it allows us to speed up the parry to just the very, 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 very first and fastest part of it. And then cancel into another parry really quick. But it also has the unintended consequence of sometimes buffering an uppercut outside of combat. That's what happened there. That's why it took Tifa so long to catch up. So we want to make sure we cast Firaga through the tactical menu here. These fights are kind of buggy because they're playing a special animation on Aerith and Tifa. These enemies will take a while to kill sometimes. No. You'll be able to cast Firaga instantaneously, and if you kill the ghost quickly enough, you can get your MP refunded because the game thinks you were wrongfully charged or they wrongfully used MP for a spell that you never cast because the game's like, oh, you must not have played. The animation didn't play, so you must not have cast a spell. Here, have your 21 MP back. We can do something similar in here with Synergy. I actually disorder for a Synergy Fire, and you'll see she's at 142 MP. She'll actually go up to 146. She gets the MP back because the game doesn't recognize that Synergy no longer takes MP. Because I'm assuming whatever they did to change that the coding for Synergy is somewhere else than, you know, it's in a couple of different places to band-aid it rather than like mess with it deeper into the code. So they must have added an additional line of dialogue or an additional line of something to remove it. So we're gonna parry. Okay, maybe one day I'll parry correctly. Nice, Aerith got hit. Love it. So you can get out of bounds here, but I'm not quite sure how it functions. I'll have to add some, you know, hopefully get some advice from other people. I do want to run glitched at some point, but videos are unfortunately no longer available. Can I skip this? So we're gonna want to switch over to Tifa here. I'm actually gonna uppercut on purpose and then somersault. That will give Ghoul enough time to put out this magic beam. I want to take that hit on purpose so that this self-destruct will do more damage. I want to Fira and ATB boost. Tifa.
This should make you stronger.
We're not gonna bother healing Cloud because there's no point. I can heal him, but Tifa's ATB wasn't nearly high enough. The uppercut itself is intended to delay that so that magic beam attack always comes out, and the somersault is intended to hit stun Ghoul. I'm trying to make sure I take an additional hit here so that I can self-destruct and get a limit out of it, so that I can just roll over here and do this, and then hopefully just kind of chill out. Yeah, I knew that kind of probably gonna happen. Fira into Firaga.
Get fired up.
Please, one shot.
This is
Yes. Okay, I guess I have to hit that for Ghoul. So that's nice. Little itty bitty time save there. Luckily, Tifa's MP is not super important. We just need a breach out of her for Ghoul. Thank you, Steamed. I appreciate that. That fight is I'm glad that I figured out to bait out that magic wave is the first attack that you always get, so I could just bait it out by delaying with an uppercut. I should have skipped that cutscene. What the fuck? What camera angle was that, and why was it pointed that way? Damn you, game. I was trying to head towards the stairs, and then I realized I was going the wrong way because the game gave me a really weird camera angle. I'm not... Maybe I changed it in the cutscene. I guess it could be my fault, possibly. I'm not sure. This game does some really weird stuff, and it's kind of hard to suss out who's at fault sometimes. Always trying to figure out what the game's doing, and if it's my fault or the game's fault.
Nothing to worry about. Let's get going.
It's moving.
Maybe now we can get to the other side.
Here I go.
right behind you.
Maybe this'll do the
Can I
trick.
please stop getting freaking called
You'll
on?
be blown away.
All right.
Nope.
It's over.
Never.
Focus. All right.
Get fired up.
Oh. Okay, that works too, I guess. At least my magic isn't screwed up this time.
Enjoy the ride.
I already saved time compared to... No, I didn't! I don't know why I did that, but okay.
This one's
That was a very interesting choice. It killed, but that was a very interesting choice. I'm not quite sure why I decided self-destruct was the decision there. I think I was intending for a blade burst, but I got confused.
Could give it a try.
I have a really nasty habit of having to juggle blade burst around, but I try and keep self-destruct on circle so I don't do stuff like that. I got it dead, but not the right way, that's for sure. That was an explosive fight. I do say so myself. I tried self-destructing on the rats to get them all down at once. Yeah, I think I'll get my MP back because the cure didn't go through. I'm thinking we're going to see some diversion from the main storyline. I think you'll probably enjoy the original game. It has pretty good balancing. And it's a turn-based combat, so you can change it to wait, so that while you're in a menu thinking about something, the game isn't progressing at all. The enemies aren't taking moves. It's really fun, and I don't think the story will be note for note the same.
Here I go.
This into that.
This should make you stronger.
Into this.
Get ready.
Okay, good job, Tifa.
That wasn't so bad.
But I think it will be quite a long time before all of the parts are released. I'm not one of those anti-truthers out there that are thinking we're gonna get the version real soon here. So Mithril Blade, Fire and Ice Toggle. Then we want to go with Mithril Blade. No, this, Ice for this. And I want to go into Erora. I think it will be quite a while. Even if Part 2 releases, like they released something about it tomorrow, I don't think it would come out for quite a while. Blizzara can work. If you ever have issues with the main game, I can give you some advice on like how to play it casually, but it should play very much like classic mode for the most part. You have plenty of time to make decisions when you are in combat, unlike the stuff I have to do right here. Arcane Ward, into Disorder,
Feeling chilly?
Berserk.
I got your number.
I got
Ah, shit. ATB
Buckle
boost.
up.
Holding back.
Nothing to worry about.
Okay. Got very lucky there. I almost screwed myself over.
That's it.
A lot of these fights don't need to be nearly as difficult, I'd say. These are very difficult ways to do this. Unnecessarily so. So we're going to breach you. Arrow. Arrow.
Gotta get windy. A bonus.
Okay, I saved some time there because I actually cast the spell at a reasonable pace.
Load. Look out.
But I'd say you'll be surprised how short Midgar actually is if you play the original. There's a lot of stuff that's not there, and I think there will be plenty of new stuff in the near future. I think I need a split for Eligor. No, wait, Eligor's the end of the chapter. That's not a split. Split's over here, where the game is going to split for me. That would explain that. I prefer splitting at bosses, but the auto-splitter splits at the end of the chapters, so I have to take the L on that one. Pillar Base, Nailbat, Mithril, LMG, LMG to EKG, then Binding for Magnify, and then from there we have to do a bunch of silly stuff. Okay, so we're gonna go into this. Blade Burst, this dude.
With you. You're gonna feel this one.
That's it.
Feeling chilly?
Blizzara, Blizzara.
We'll make it quick.
Don't catch a cold. Giving it my all.
Sorry, but I gotta.
Tried to skip a little bit too soon there. You're right, you're right. I could, I have tweaked the splits a little bit to how I prefer. It's just a matter of, like, whether I want to split for the boss or something else. Nailbat, Mithril. Let's go here. Nailbat, no. Into Mithril, yes. because we're overwriting the mithril. We're going EKG, no, or LMG and EKG. We want to overwrite that. Binding for magnify. Now we do the magic up. Shuffle. Where's magic up? Wait. Assist for magic. Yeah. Assist for subversion. This. Incorrect. Correct. Correct. And then I believe I need to change ice out for... Wait. Fire. And this needs to be for wind? Yes. And then first strike for fire. Not quite sure why this is the way that it is, but I've got to deal with it. Fire. I think I have an ice materia on Barret, apparently, and I'm not sure where it came from. Aeroga. Fire. Blizzara and Blizzard to speed that up a little bit. And we're going to go Dolphin Flurry. Oh, I almost forgot. I don't upgrade Cloud. Yeah. What I don't really like the auto split on a boss and then like a chapter end. So like Crab Warden and chapter, I don't like that. So I just ignore Crab Warden. Personally, I like to split on boss, not on chapter end in those scenarios. Because then I don't have to watch the timer tick down while I'm moving around. We're going to fire a guy here because I'm being lazy. It's going to make my MP a little bit goofy, but it's fine. Oh, you're going to get me the MP crate for free? No?
Not bad.
Dang. I'll have to grab that on the next floor. I'll have to use a fire unmagnified then. Yep. I was considering talking to the guy that wrote the auto splitter, Mysterion, and asking him how to modify it myself so that I can get auto splits on specific things. So we're going to get on in here. We need to fire demagnify this guy because he isn't consistent unless let me grab this. Okay, now I got enough MP. I'm good to go. This should pull you up to the next floor now. ATB boost into fire a magnify, and then roll right. That's fine. We'll just trigger it this way. I love that. I love that fire a magnify doing that. It's so cool. Honestly, Brain Pod is like kind of a boss, but I guess when you have Goddard Dummerung, he's not a boss, right? Cheat engine to find HP values. Okay. Well, then I guess I'd just leave it alone.
Stay here.
Because it's just easier to like hide the splits and not look at them then. Okay, so it would take a lot more effort. It would either be applying them universally to the auto splitter or asking for a fixed version for my specific use.
What are you doing?
Moth has the same HP? Oh, interesting. That's annoying.
Marlene.
Well, glad everybody's here chilling out with me. I really appreciate it. I know you guys actually have jobs and lives and stuff, so really fun to enjoy a little bit of chit-chat while I slow run this game. It was splitting in more than 17. Interesting.
Almost there, okay?
I think Catbus told me that, like, keeping straight here rather than trying to get boosts is good. It's my day off, so I'm just lurking and chilling. I'm just dead inside. Yeah, that's usually how I feel when I get to chapter 8, 17, 18. I'm like, I hate this game. Why am I playing it?
Don't worry about me.
We can get through this. We just
Whether or not to stream?
get to Wall Market now.
Well, I mean, at least you have 2 hours of entertainment left before you're before you have to make that decision, right?
Please,
Wink,
we need
wink,
to go through.
wink, 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 wink. There's something in your eye, or are you just like, is that a tick? Oh, that's definitely. I love that NPC that just walked through. There's just this girl going, I don't care. Helicopter explodes on her. I don't give a shit. This ain't my problem. I don't even live here.
Please be okay.
The NPCs in this game are too strong sometimes. They do some really goofy stuff. I think I'm going to play some more Master Duel after this. Hopefully in 2 hours. Not any sooner. Well, no. I guess a little bit sooner than 2 hours looking at the timetable.
You're Marlene, right?
Man, this run This run was dying a pretty painful death there for a minute.
We'll grow lots of flowers at your new house.
Do you think that
So I did correct an issue that I realized I had. I had MP up on Cloud for some reason instead of HP up. So it got him... It really made my life a lot harder than it needed to be in some of these segments. We gonna sail, boys! Whee!
Stay sharp.
Could you not? Oh my lord. I suck, 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 I suck.
And where do you think you're going?
God, that was awful. Excuse me?
I got
Ooh, I'm bleeding on the inside. I think I might have a hemorrhage. Ugh. Oh. Ugh. I think I just threw. And I possibly threw up in my mouth a little bit there while I was throwing. Oh boy, that was a space age throw.
Let's do this.
No escape. Nice. I guess we're gonna have to ATB boost after we get shot by the helicopter. Well, I got plenty of HP now, so it's not that big of an issue anymore.
Looks like you guys are having the time of your life.
I love how Tifa's just chilling out there. Last time I accidentally set refocus instead of Dolphin Flurry. I was like, I'm gonna have to put that on my to-don't list. Let me fix that. I probably should have fixed it after I switched weapons, though.
You may need to intervene personally. Whatever you say, partner.
I love finding frickin' bad issues with my saves. Tifa, you wanna come over here? Oh boy. You poke him? Thank you. That's perfect, actually. That, not so much so. So let's ATB boost into Fire, into Dolphin Flurry, into Fire.
Concentrate.
So this Dolphin Flurry is intended to juggle that guy so he can't... Tifa doesn't poke him and make him dodge. If they're taking a physical attack, they can activate their dodge frames, which means that Fire will miss, and then it won't duplicate properly. Playing as Sephiroth? I mean, the flashback is a thing that does exist. So, who knows? There probably is already a mod to do that. Unfortunately, currently, there is no plans to have costume mods on. There's a lot of other stuff going on in the Discord, so it's not something that's on the table for discussion right now. It is something I would like to discuss and was considering bringing up in the current issue, but luckily I had refrained. Alright. Let's see here. Star Shower in the counter. Full combo into Kaboomy Boomy. SD. I don't know if I want to, but I do take the community helpful enough that I would like to do moderation, but if only for my perspective on New Game. Yeah, I think I'm putting my head into a beehive, though. Charge into Eriga. Alright, Cloud, get the hell out of here. Yeah, the whole thing should have never happened, and I'm sorry. I can understand why you left. You definitely did not deserve what you were getting, for sure. Let's overcharge here. Now I gotta make sure to not switch to Tifa. Alright. Initially, when they had asked the first time, I was considering doing it, but I was kind of on the periphery of the community at the time. So I do a lot of marathon event stuff, so maybe I should, if I want to be a forward-facing member of the community, but it also means that I have to deal with strong emotions, which will be not enjoyable.
Come on, let's teach them the Turks two-step.
I don't even know what I'm getting here, so we're just gonna go with Rude, switch over to Barret. Okay. ATB boost.
Let's be smart.
Blade burst. Okay. Hopefully that'll trigger the plate. Yes! 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 Time save! Time save! Fucking, I'm such an idiot. I can't help myself. I think I feel the same way, Wody. Because I could see that you definitely agreed with some of the ideas and the concepts behind them, and not being, your hands were literally tied by the other moderators. And I don't think that the other mods have, from what I can see, they have no ill will or any sort of elitism. But definitely, I think they did some things because they were easier rather than because the community wanted it. Like, I think loosening up the leaderboards to add more specific boards, even if it is an extension, may have been part of a way to prevent this problem. So that if people really wanted to just not do things a specific way, you could have just put an extension on the board, and then if nobody ran this category, just move that to the extension and swap the extension to that as the main. That's another thing too, yeah. That's...
Sector 7's pretty much destroyed. You guys run into Jesse at the pillar?
Yeah. Biggs too.
I think...
In pretty bad shape.
What, was it Dessa that I had?
He got out.
I remember there was somebody, it wasn't Scruffington. There was somebody early on that I had a interaction with. Maybe it was Dessa. I don't know. With one of the mods where it was a little bit gruff.
We gotta go find.
But I could definitely see that some of the mods were more for community and some of them were a little bit more towards simplicity.
Right.
Yeah, definitely not to discriminate from non-active runners on the board, you know, because, like, if you're discriminating against mods for not being active, then you're, at the same time, you really are being very vocal about the people that are active in participating in the votes in the Discord and routing and stuff, but not actively doing runs. So, like, by that
where I think she is.
Tune, you would be saying, like, all the plat runners are, like, not part of the community just because they don't have a lot of time to sit down for 20 hours. You know, so it kind of ends up being a really weird thing where, taken out of context, you can screw with the intent. Let's get this back over here since this run's back on the table. Baby! I brought it back to life. There's heartbeat. We're going. Going, going, going. Also, notice those sum of bests are down to 434. Baby!
That's the house.
Marlene!
Love it!
Marlene!
Love it. I think, with this particular discussion, I said it earlier, that I think it should be between active NMG runners,
Don't wake her.
those actively learning, or routing the game. I think that simplifies it the most, because if you're routing and not running, it's because you're unhappy with your route, or don't have time. If you're learning it, you're going to participate shortly, and if you're actively running it, it affects you the most immediately.
So how are we supposed to get
But
back inside?
Underground passage in the park.
I'm hoping that that's the case, Wody, because you've been one of the most level-headed of the mods.
Showed me before.
You're very quick to respond, and you try to be even-handed as much as possible. And you try to participate as much as possible and make sure that if I ask you a question, you don't go, oh, we're going to have to ask Dessa or Scruffington or whatever. You know, sure, yeah. I mean, we can, you know, this was something we discussed, here's how it is. You know, well, what about costume mods? Well, it opens the floodgates for other mods. You know, fair enough. You know, I asked a question and I got my answer. If I think it's reasonable or not, and, you know, the other thing too is you got to be careful and be like, just because you said that doesn't mean you think that's cool. Or that's the way it should be. I think it's very easy to feel like you're the bad guy.
Over there.
When you're placed in the middle. Because that's what some people are calling you, the bad guy. Being the moderator doesn't make you the loved guy on board. It makes you the guy that has to try and, you know, channel the speech between two people that are diametrically opposed. Like, any percent runners are like, why is this a problem? We're just going fast. And glitchless runners who are basically like, well, I just want to play the game the way that I find is enjoyable, and I don't want to be pressured to play it in a way that I find is unenjoyable. Fire.
I got this.
Oh, wow, that actually killed all of them? Nice.
That's a win.
And you, I agree with Strife 100%. You were a very good mod. You're very responsive. You were quickly responding to stuff. You gave logical and clear reasoning. And if anybody ever asked for clarification, you gave it. And if somebody asked you to bring it up with the other mods, as far as I can tell, you did. And from what you're saying, it sounds like you did bring up some of those things and the other mods shot it down. In a 1v4 style, I guess. Or 1v3, I guess is what it would technically be.
If this is what you want, no more games.
I think somebody will always feel like they're not heard. And the problem is with moderation, unless you literally like do a community vote on frickin' everything, people are gonna say that. Okay, that's fine with me too, actually. Dolphin Flurry. Alright, get out of here, dude.
Just in case. Calling fire. Time to burn.
I want to roll out of that.
Oh yeah, another one in the bag.
Yeah, I didn't mean to, like... I guess I phrased that poorly and it sounded like I was calling you out on it. No, 100%. Whenever I brought up an issue to you, I felt that you brought it up with the mods and it didn't get just shelved. It was more of a me trying to say you did your job very good or very well. I think I may have put that poorly. Okay. Yeah. All right. Good. Can we just roast everything? Fire! 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 ATB boost into Fire. Okay. Man, it is so easy to get over here now with a Fire.
Finally.
I feel like they should be as well, for the simple purpose that cosmetic mods are easily seen and usually not an issue unless they cause some sort of like loading error, which is, you know, already taken care of by the load remover. If it makes your gameplay slower, that's your choice. And behind the scenes, like mods, people aren't going to be upfront about, so could you please like run at full speed though, game? I want wind for ice and warding.
Does it look
Alright, we're gonna set Barret up here. Wind for ice, and then warding for this. A little bit too hard there, buddy. Blizzara, Mag, and Blizzara, I believe. Correct. Tifa's ready to go.
No, there's monsters everywhere. This ought to take us straight to the Sector 5 slums.
That is a very reasonable... is that we don't know if the cosmetic mods would have interaction with the game.
This is bad.
And some of the cosmetic mods are frankly pretty childish. So I think like we'd have to put like a what's the word we want to go for here? A standards and practices type thing on it, where it's like a expectation of reasonability. Yeah, I mean, Wody, I can understand being a mod and kind of wanting to keep it to yourself, but I feel like one of the things that happens a lot with like RPG Limit Break as a physical event, there's strife behind the scenes about how things get done. And decompressing between people that are in the loop or are very invested in the community to the point where they'll keep it to themselves, or they won't share information that's important, is very important as like being in a moderator or a above board staff member. So, like, with Limit Break, I'm technically only, like, a senior volunteer. I'm not part of the staff structure, but I very often talk with staff about staff stuff and event stuff. You know what I mean? I think if you do decide to go back to moderation, either find another mod to commiserate with, or find a community member you can trust to commiserate with, and kind of vent. Internalizing and holding that into yourself is just going to make it very hard to moderate. And you're going to end up feeling like people don't like you, or for whatever reason, you know what I mean? I don't know where the frickin' save loads on this are supposed to be, but I think this is, you gotta get close enough to the cat to make it move. Then you have to get close enough to the cat to make it jump into the pit. I think you can save load twice here. Maybe 3 times even.
Is this all that's left of Wedge's place?
Can I save load a 3rd time here? Can you please just load the thing? Yeah, I think stepping away is a very... Okay, so that's how that works. Good.
Stay right where you are.
And I know, like, I want to keep running the game, but I also don't want it to be part of, you know, have people dragged into the toxicity. So, outside of today, I don't plan on talking about this again, unless it's needed to be talked about. Everybody that's out of the Discord is out of there for a particular reason. There you go, Wolverine. We got the steel skin strats. Just for you, got perfect ATB. Ooh, shiny Barret. Oh no, all the rats bit me. It didn't matter. Thanks, Clara. Oh, you're telling Wody good luck. Yeah. Final Fantasy X looks like a pretty fun run, but I think if I'm gonna learn anything, it's gonna be OG7. But OG7 is so busted that it looks like it's gonna be pretty hard to learn. I think RE8 will probably take priority, and 03.
How long it take them to build all this beneath our feet?
Hey man, there's no shame in diversifying and learning something. Get off of me, you stupid doggo. Was there a...
Chill out.
Oh, stupid. He didn't dodge it either. Decided to get on top of him there. Whatever. That was really obnoxious, because that dog was too far back. 13 is pretty popular too, up on my list because of the what is it? Could you just the gambits? Gambits, yes, that's what I was looking for. Okay, let's go.
And don't come back.
Yeah, the RNG manipulation, I believe you use a spreadsheet and enter information, and the game will tell you what seed you're on, or the sheet will tell you what you're on. See you guys later.
Oh, we're done here. You really want to throw down with me? Get your ass
Oh, that's so annoying. I hate it.
Ain't no thing. And there you have it.
I probably should have just used Blizzard Magnify. Whatever, let's go.
Just no escape in the mist there.
Okay, let's Final Fantasy 12 has too many flashbacks. Fair enough.
You really want to throw down with me?
Yeah, I think I'd have to learn no step count and just deal. But then again, if you don't have step count, RNG can absolutely rip you to shreds. Some of those fights, especially pincers, can just kill you. Flat out. I've seen so many runs just die to pincer encounters. You know what's funny is I've seen Alec AK, I think? Yeah, Alec AK is a friend of mine, and he runs 12. It's really funny though, because like I like Order of Ambrosia, even though I haven't watched most of those runs because it's so ridiculously long. I'm waiting for Wazzy to give me that save so that I can make route hit hard on platinum for him, because that's the most interesting thing to me right now is routing hard loop on plat.
Didn't it?
Yeah, I think I want to learn Terrapin percent for Breath of Fire 2, and I need to relearn Kefka at Narsh for Final Fantasy 6. Okay, this is Star Shower into Dolphin Flurry. It's you have to do what's fun for you, right? If people aren't enjoying it because the community's acting ridiculous, then do what's fun, right? We speedrun for fun. I'm not gonna... if it's just me out here running this game alone, I'll fucking do it. I don't care. It's not going to die. It just will enter a more hibernated period where the only active runners on the New Game Plus side are like me. This is a very popular game, and it will survive, so don't worry about carrying it on your back.
Feeling a bit chilly?
Let's see here. Can you just... Can we just Blizzard one of the... fine. Blizzard Magnify.
Let me watch yourself. Ha! Okay, let's go.
Are you serious with this? Oh my god. That was awful. I should have just cast another Blizzard. I didn't realize 3 of them survived.
You good?
That's atrocious.
You're up.
Oh, time to lose a bunch of time. Blizzard right here.
Chill out.
Blizzard again. Are you serious with this shit, though?
Hurry up.
Blizzard, this asshole.
This is ridiculous.
How obnoxious, dude. Oh, Firaga? It's a matter of like I just don't need fire anymore, so I go with ice. This used to be the old strat, but if you need fire for Abzu, Firaga works. I probably should be casting more Blizzaras with Tifa, but I don't think she has ATB Stagger. But you could speed things up using it if she does have ATB Stagger in your loop. That's probably where my biggest issue is. I should be taking advantage of it. ATB Stagger. Blizzara.
Chill out.
Okay. I think 3 MP is just enough. I'm not sure if I can cast Blizzard. I know Blizzard is normally 4, but I can't remember if this has MP reduction on it, so... Whatever, I'm gonna do the input anyway. Okay, he can't do it. Whatever. Catastrophe. Do a Star Shower. We're gonna double Star Shower then. Go for that fire instead. Okay. Pretty awful. But Firaga, it works pretty much the same. Honestly, it could be any materia at this point. It could be ice, it could be fire, or lightning. Well, not lightning, no. Lightning wouldn't work, so it'd have to be fire or ice, one of those two. Because I need, yeah, my chapter... I'm starting to get used to it again. Can we... Definitely, yeah, last fight was really sussy. There was sauce all over the place, orange spaghetti. My mama hadn't dressed me up yet. Fucking dropping the sauce all over the place. The only person I was saucing up was myself. Okay, let's, this, and then I believe I just want to do that. Not so much. I want to Firaga and... No, very close, but no. Berserk, Erara, and Maximum Furry. Dolphin Flurry into Focused. There we go. A little bit better menu. That should save some time. Yeah, I think my menus were falling apart yesterday. That's why I started losing a bunch of time endgame. Surprised I managed to pull this god-awful run back. Yeah, I have a friend that, like, only runs stuff that, like, nobody else does. He doesn't do it on purpose, of course. He does it because he enjoys the game, but, there's plenty of games that nobody runs. And a game this big won't die. If anything, it'll just go into hibernation before Part 2 comes out. And then it'll pop off again once Part 2's announced for a release date and people really get into the game again. Either go and complete it and use a speed run to get through it.
You know another way up?
You know, or something. They'll do a bunch of stuff. This game would have to be awful to die. Which, I mean, there's plenty of stuff to complain about, but I wouldn't worry about it.
Boy, do I have some news for you!
That Blizzero, I should have been using a lot more Blizzero since I really wasn't thinking about it. I think Firegum, I have to see what her setup is. If she does have Stagger, then Blizzero's perfect, actually.
Listen, poor things, I'm sure they're...
Yeah, I feel, if you got pulled into the drama, it's, oh gosh. It's fine to quit or step away if you feel like the community isn't where you want to be. But, what is it? I know this is going to be a really, like, grandpa saying, but home is where the heart is. Home is where you make it, right? You don't have to be part of the Discord community, and the Discord's Discord, to be part of the community. There's plenty of us that know each other on a semi-personal level that interact just fine. If people are going to leave, that's fine. That's how communities go sometimes. Sheet. I forgot about, I forgot to do what, somebody had mentioned that, like, you mash triangle and then hold, and it, like, pre-fills the bar here. I know, right? What I'm doing right now is trying to preset a time for people to beat. I could stop right now on PC, but I want to get it, like, into a 4:30, so that whoever beats me is legitimately good at the game. And whether they do it in weeks or if they, you know, do it in days, I really don't care. I just want, I want somebody that starts speedrunning this on PC to have a goal, and I want them to achieve a good goal, and not settle for just a decent run because they're the only person on the PC leader. If it means I have to burn my 970 to dust, I might not go that far, but
I'll follow a short
I definitely want to aspire the other runners to run. And I want to have them aspire to higher heights than mediocrity. Reasonable or not, that's what I was hoping for. Yeah. What you ended up like a 4XX, right? Unfortunately, I'm kind of like lost on everything because of the way that everything went. Up the ladder? Yay! I went up the ladder, guys! I know how ladders work! I need to learn the Yuffie. I need to see what's different with Dutch Potatoes Yuffie run. Oh, that's the wrong character.
Yeah.
Nice extra swap dingus.
Gonna finish it quick.
Ugh, this parry's pretty awful. There we go. Got some real speed going. Oh my lord, look at that HP though. Barrett and Cloud are getting friggin' roasted over there. Woo!
Bring it.
Okay, let's go.
Okay. Sounds good to me. If it warps Cloud further, that's all I want. Yeah, my last run ate I ate hot shit at the end of 17. I actually had a good Genova, but screwed everything else up. A little bit too hard there. Like I did Genova properly, and then I completely threw Arsenal and lost like 40 seconds. I'm like, how do I do Genova right, but fuck up Arsenal?
I never got
Tifa.
Let's just keep...
It's because I got greedy and didn't Soul Drain. Forgot that it was part of my Skill Master loop. Soul Drain to correct the problem, and then did something else stupid in Phase 2. I think, or Phase 3.
There should be a door with Corneo's mark on it around here somewhere.
I'm waiting, Strife. The only question is, can I beat your current run before you come back?
Andrea.
That really?
And I couldn't.
Huh?
Which is what this is.
Let's go.
If I can get sub 440, I'm switching back to PS5 the next day.
Hit him hard and fast. Time to burn.
Sounds good.
Gotta fight to win.
Keep those gloves up.
Wait.
Sure thing, Coach.
We're getting close to
All
Cornell's
right.
hideout. From here on, I'll take the lead.
Well, hopefully, if Wazzy ever gives me that save, if Wazzy B ever drops that save my way, you're gonna see me routing the fuck out of hard side.
Bastard went that way.
Don't lose him.
Yep, that's normally what I'm going for.
Let me handle it.
I should kill everything. Perfect. Up. Up. Did I miss the...
Where the hell did that thing
I missed the
run off to?
boxes. Wow. That's not rare. Yeah, Wazzy was telling me he wants to do 17, or they want to do 17 and 18.
Give it all you got.
Right off the bat. So I'm really interested in that.
There you have it.
Oh, Ghoul? Yeah, I'm sure you're not going to want to do what I do, though. I've tried a couple of different things with Ghoul, and I hate every strat I have for Ghoul. It's one of the few ones, though, that I was alright with putting the video up for. Star Shower, I think.
Now that is what I call teamwork.
Well, you said you have no... Wait. You have everything planned out except for hard. I'm actually good on hard. Wait. What the hell is this? You just gave me two contradictory statements. Get the fuck out of here with this. You're lying to me. I have everything... I don't have hard planned out. Now I do have hard planned out. Which is it? Do you have a plan for hard or do you not?
Maybe dial it back.
I don't understand. I'm confused.
Give them hell.
All set.
Those two are the opposite. And you said it twice that you don't... I don't understand. I don't understand. Help me.
So, gonna make us
All right.
work for it, are you? I'm not gonna hurt you, little fella. So just stay...
I don't have a speedrunning strat for hard. Okay.
Need a light.
Feel the heat.
Seizing the open.
That was optimal.
Keep those gloves up.
Sure thing, Coach.
I don't have a speedrunning strat for hard, but I can bully those bosses and not die. Fair enough. That is a way to look at that. You're good at hard mode, you just don't know the speedrun strats. Okay. That makes sense when you put it in that context. That you're saying, I can do hard mode, I just can't do it speedy.
Just like the zoner.
Or something like that, I guess. Good enough. Yeah, I think like routing out hard can be the most intensive because there's so many options. Where the... Dude, did she just like fly across the screen? ATB boost.
Just in case.
Fire up.
Burn.
Like playing with fire.
Nice. Tifa just disappeared. Her people need her, I guess.
Follow me.
That twisted piece of shit.
You use the default equipment for lore?
Cornell's
What are you doing, dude? Lore? Hard is the most important place to swap equipment because it's so busted. Come on. Lore is better in normal. Get out of here with that shit. Because the swings in between normal equipment is so much lower. Well, easy. You can get away with lore in easy, excuse me. Fucking... I almost went full idiot there for a minute. Never go full idiot. I like using Buster Sword a lot, too, casually. It's the most balanced. It doesn't have any tech or abilities, but it's still good enough. Mithril Rod is too good to not use. It just is. You can also use Silver Staff. That's, like, the only reasonable one outside of it. Yeah, Barrett's, like, stats aren't good enough to bother with anything. You can just put him on Gatling Gun. I find, like, for me, because they give you W Machine Gun right after Scorpion, it feels like the W Machine, or LMG, is his default weapon, not Gatling Gun. Because, like, I always change it out immediately. Who doesn't, right? Please don't bash and smash me. Fire,
Calling fire.
HP boost.
Let's be smart.
Okay, let's go.
There we go, got that HP. Oh, you son of a... What? Excuse me?
It's on you.
annoying as shit. What an obnoxious bag of garbage. I don't really agree with any of that dip. Champion belt, flat earrings, supernatural wrist guard, and circlet. I like you. I like the cut of your jib. I like the cut of your jib. Barrett's doesn't matter.
Okay, let's go. Burn. There.
I like the cut of your jib. You be a real manly man. That's so stupid.
Bingo.
So I found True Strike will fuck off. Will fix that issue where Dolphin Flurry whiffs most of its hits. I don't know why True Strike fixes it, but whatever. The Cloud didn't die because I have the HP up on him. Okay, I need to go up. Wind, lightning for fire, ice and wind. Aerith's gonna be fucked up, I know she is. Something is wrong here. Into wind, lightning for this, ice for this to refocus. Yes, a little bit too much arrow mag, arrow. Dude, I hate how it's so hard to get to the arrow wind spells quickly. Same somersault, and blizzard. It's very funny how I use blizzard for frickin' Valk, though, because it's convenient. Well, I think we're about to go positive here. Not sure, though.
Ready to do this? Once we start, you know, sure you want to go?
Yes! I am 100% sure I want to save time. Let's go. That's not a load? Really? Interesting. Okay. Also, with Chapter 15 menu, that was gold.
Gotta be careful. No telling.
I usually menu there anyway, but just figured I'd point that out. Yeah.
Bobby, where did Daddy go?
Don't worry.
R2 is gonna be really cool.
Are you?
Hey, Ewan. What's up? What's up? Hope you're having a good weekend. I'm actually got a run that's on deck for a PB again. Hopefully we can do it this time. Or, well, I guess last time was technically a PB, even though I ended up using a save load that may not be included.
Hey.
A friend of ours.
It's too dangerous. For you, maybe.
We're gonna do a little bit of Master Duel after this, but we still got an hour of content to go, so you guys still in here for Remake? I'll probably switch over to a little bit of commentary here. Wind actually like ticks up in being really, really powerful here. We're gonna arrow magnify and then just kind of get out of the way here. The reason, seriously? The reason I arrow magnify that left one on purpose is so that Barrett follows up with an arrow synergy as well to finish off the left side. And usually the right side gets arrow magnified. I think I may have fired it off too early, so one of them hit HP lock. This game is great. I do get tired of it from time to time. But I definitely don't make my life any easier than, or harder than it needs to be. Oh, so I can use arrow error, actually. Nice. Interesting. I didn't realize that. I accidentally used arrow instead of error magnifier in that first
so that's
wave.
Where we have
but
to climb?
interesting to know.
While we up there.
Hey, Archlooney. Thank you. I hope your run yesterday went pretty well.
Yeah,
I saw
no
it pop up in the Discord that you were posting you were going to do a run. Glad to see some new blood in the community. People taking a try at the game. Fairly difficult and I can and it does take a while to learn, but I always love seeing new people in the community. Hopefully I can get this into RPG Limit Break and make that a little bit better. Okay, that's fine. Just kick the hell out of these two. Nice. I knew they were going to both get popped. So we're just going to focus on Valk here to remove camera manipulation. You can use a save load here to get out of bounds fairly easily. basically you can get out of bounds. You never like fall through this segment if you do this before both of the dialogues are finished. So we're gonna arrow magnify to get a little bit of ATB here. We're gonna do the same thing here. Switch over to Barrett and use overcharge to finish things off as they come. We're gonna arrow. Okay, that was a big mistake, but okay.
Just in case.
Arrow magnify.
Here we go.
Blizzard. Arrow. Not Berserk, but Arrowga. Arrowga.
Storm's coming.
That should kill. That was pretty slow, but there's not much I can do about it if I screw up my ATB management there. That fight can spiral pretty hard like that. That was mainly my fault for not making sure to take care of the Helitrooper. The other ones are much easier to take care of than the Helitrooper. Helitrooper should be the first thing you take down with Arrow Magnify. So that was a little bit of time lost, but should be still okay. Arrow. Arrow, whatever's left over. Cloud, could you... okay. I'm not quite sure why his arrow whiffed, and I'm fairly irritated that it did. This game can suck an egg, so I guess we're just losing time this chapter. That's cool. Very remake of you. Well, whatever. Let's just save time somewhere else, right? So my parrying here was pretty sucky last time, so let's save some time here. Into somersaults, get arrow in for the stagger. Somersault should kill. Yep. So, can you please ladder? Thank you.
Dial it back a little.
Went relatively well, except for a few bosses that I really need to work on. Since the PS4 release, Reno fight with Mr. MV. Yeah. That was really fun, actually. Mr. MV has been a long-standing community member, and I remember looking up to him early on when I started in speedrunning in general, because of his Final Fantasy VI runs and his work at GDQs and such. So it was really enjoyable to be able to work with him and get used to some of the fights. A lot of the Aquar and who was the last one? A lot of the French community members were very fun. It was very fun to work with them. But they're doing other stuff now. They did come back for a bit when Intergrade first came out. Are you on the PS4 version or the PS5 version? Genji? Yes, Genji, that's it. That is the person I am forgetting. I'm very bad with names, especially if I don't interact with them regularly, unfortunately. That's not correct, but we'll make it work. That's actually optimal. Okay, so arrow into arrow is optimal for that fight. Good to know. Because that way I can get the Synergy Lightning to kill the Cerulean Drake. You're on PS5 now? Oh, that's, it's so much better because Synergy is a lot... Well, you're not doing New Game Plus, are you? I think you're doing New Game 80%? Yeah, that category seems fairly rough. I'm very bad at remembering stuff like that. I'm sorry. Okay, so New Game Plus on No Major Glitches. So you're in the same category as me. I believe you're doing normal. I think you're the first person to work on normal, so... it's a field day, right? I need to bonk. Bonk this minigame. Please let me through. I think I have to bonk on each one. No, I don't. I can't. Okay, whatever. I didn't get caught in the stairwell, so that's fine. Fine. Somersault. Arrowga. ATB boost. Arrow. Arrow. Should be enough. Let's go. Alright. You wanted to run in hard, but started it by easy and normal. Fair enough, yeah. It's a lot easier to get used to it while going through easy, because then you can focus on the movement, and you can focus on getting used to shortcuts rather than a lot of the harder parts. It allows you to focus on a lot of things. It also allows you to get away with a lot of stuff you normally wouldn't be able to. I'm very looking forward to, that's not right, a new hard runner. I do have a tutorial series, but don't ever feel pressured to use my strats. They're not as, they're not perfect, not even close. And some of my strats may just flat out not work for other people because they can't get the timing. At my skill level, it feels like it should be, easy enough, but once you get used to doing something, you stop seeing how impossibly hard it actually is. Sorry, Barrett, I'm just gonna have to get you shot a few times here. Alright, so we're gonna Aeroga, switch over, ATB boost,
Storm's coming.
Want to switch over to Cloud here for a little bit to make sure my ATB gets managed correctly. ATB boost.
Let's be smart.
Okay, damage is going to be pretty tight because I think I screwed up and canceled one of the arrows out. Yeah, I need to go back to normal. No. Definitely. We want somebody to run normal. So Aeroga, arrow. Alright, Barrett. Okay, good. We want people to run it, 100%. Because right now, it's just like, it's either the easiest or the hardest option, so somebody running normal is good. Arrow. Aeroga, switch over to Tifa. Into, focus. Poke into focus.
You ready?
Focus, focus.
Finish him.
True. Just true strike your way to victory. Oh, that was pretty nice. Oof. Yeah, I think, that, I wish that had happened. I think the reason that the tourney fell apart, let's see here, should be this, a little bit too hard there, buddy, and that. There we go. I hope we can do that at some point, right? Because I think what we should have just done was done it immediately or within the same weekend and just set up brackets right then. So people couldn't have been, shouldn't have gotten busy, or couldn't have gotten busy, rather. You either defaulted or you did the run. You know? Hard mode is a different beast. In its own regard, because the game very heavily punishes missed inputs, and recovering those missed inputs is fairly difficult. So I wouldn't worry about it. Let's arrow these guys. Get out of here. Can we stop that? Really? Arrow. Whatever. Better than nothing.
Let's keep moving. The situation? Should be a service entrance in the back.
Scatter.
Nice. There, finally went right for once. Good grief, that's how that's supposed to go. God, I feel like I've done 1,000 runs and that's never worked right once. Let me just... Aeroga. Into arrow.
Going in. You're done.
Nice. There we go.
surprises there.
I think, yeah, like the trick is just doing it that week or whatever, or the next week, no further than that, and then just doing the event.
Let's do this.
Aeroga.
Time to get
into Aeroga. Arrow. Okay, let's go. Let me through, let me through, let me through! I don't want to heal until we get into the lobby because it wastes time. Luckily, I managed to stop my brain from doing the dumb thing. Yep.
This building's incredible.
Good lord, how bad was that garage last run? What? I saved a literal decade coming into chapter 16. What is this? Good grief. I totally botched this. Yeesh. I think the best way to do it is...
Let's just keep heading up.
Well, we'll have to get the Discord in a better shape first, unfortunately. But maybe that'll be a good way to rebuild.
Either the elevator
when
the
some people
emergency
come
stairwell.
back, we can try and hold that new game normal tournament to try and build some goodwill between everyone. Hopefully we can do that, rather.
Okay, guys. Wish me luck.
You be careful.
Aren't I always?
I don't think it's the end of everything, but I think it'll... There just may be some people that don't come back. And I can't blame them. Feelings are what they are, and they're not necessarily always logical. Like this right here. Last run, I felt pretty deflated when I got in here, and I just basically had lost everything. And, you know, I knew my endgame was pretty weak, but I still wasn't holding my breath. But right now, we're on pace for sub 440.
I thought I was
As long as I don't punt too hard here, we should be fine. I do have to hold it together, but there are plenty of bosses where I threw away time, and just holding the line should save time. So, Genova is going to be the big linchpin right now. As long as I don't botch Genova, I'm fine. Hell, as long as I do reasonable Genova. The thing right now is I gotta remember the resist magnify, so I have Blizzara in my back pocket.
That's fine.
I'm gonna go for the boarding cop out. I'm beginning to think that like resist magnify and eating the time pools actively like doesn't drop Genova's barrier for some reason. But I think I'm just like I'm paranoid, and the problem is Aerith is like dodging the time pool that she's on, so I need to like make her hold still with like a Tempest Chuck. Just like tap Tempest, switch back, and then let her like eat the time pool with cleansing on. Probably is a good idea, actually. I might have to do that. That works pretty well for Flea upping, so why not? Shoutouts to Flea, the best bassist there ever was.
So bad.
Making what are you... Really? Excuse me? Sure, we're just gonna... We'll touch every rung before we get off this ladder. Time to hop up and down on that bass. My man's favorite instrument's the bass, even if I am garbage at playing. I don't play it all that much. I started trying to learn it, but my reasoning for learning it was to do music stuff with my brother, and that's long. That journey has long since been over. Oh. But let's see here. So Specimen shouldn't lose any time too, but it's me we're talking about. And Specimen is pretty random. I'm pretty much calling it right here that I'm gonna get Rake off of him. I'm almost 100% certain. But I will say, Strife's advice of stop being a dummy and just cast Berserk through the menu has made Specimens so much less obnoxious. I don't know why Tifa hasn't gotten interrupted, but she just seemingly hasn't got interrupted after I've been tactical menuing it instead of shortcutting it. I'm not sure what's causing it, or if it's just I'm getting a lot of good luck. Okay. Now I need to go into... Stop it. What am I doing? Into Lightning, and then go into Iron Blade. No. Now we want to go into... Blade Burst, no. Blade Burst, Self-Destruction, Triple Ski, Ascension, Catastrophe. That's not Thunder. That's Point Blank. I will be using that, but not now. Arise. Okay. Pretty decent menu. A little bit slower than an optimal one, but better than what I put up last time, I think. Alright. So it looks like PC might have a new. Don't know what the new is, but we'll have a new. I need to stop doing that. That's such a stupid way to waste time.
Give me a break.
Get ready. That's that.
Yeah, at least I freaking canceled out of that one correctly. Alright. So place your bets on how many times Specimen's going to cause me to reset. I'd imagine he's going to force one out of me, because I'm going to screw up Rake. I'm going to counter the Rake properly, but then I'm going to get Fire out of the Blade Burst that I use to output the damage really quick. So that I don't, you know, because it's really hard to counter the Rake and then go to a normal combo. So you got to make sure you do enough damage with the
this is Shinra
Ascension strat for Phase 2.
Says the former company
I think you have to take 2 hits, so you have to like you have to counter the Rake. You have to Blade Burst and then take a counter on all 3 of his sweeps, his swings, and hopefully not get fired because you'll take too much damage if the freaking little eyeballs hit you with fire or ice and knock you out of Punisher.
I think I just threw up a little.
And then follow up with SD. Alright, so I'm gonna go bathroom. I'll be back.
How's the grand tour? I hope you're all enjoying yourselves. Wasn't it fun to learn about Shinra and our esteemed president? And to get a peek at the president's mementos? That was super cool. Along. The next exhibit will teach you about the important work we do here by giving you a closer look at each of our divisions. I hope you're ready to be amazed because you simply won't believe all the exciting adventures we have here.
These all look so familiar.
Because we've destroyed a bunch of them already.
Impressive, wasn't it? I hope you enjoyed learning about our divisions and the wonderful ideas and solutions that are produced to benefit us all. Here at Shinra, we strive to ensure the safety of all residents around the clock. Moving along, the next
wow, I actually got my headphones on and everything. Nice.
And our reactors, as well as the city of Midgar itself. So come on.
Nice. Been a while. Yeah, having to react to Rake is kind of stupid because it doesn't hit nearly as hard as Mako Expulsion. For some reason, I kind of prefer it because I think it's cooler to have to do all that, get that Blade Burst in there and triple counter. I guess you could always counter and then roll out of the other 2, and then roll back in for a self-destruct. Then you only have to counter the first one, and you reduce your risk of getting tagged by fire or blizzard. But you also, if you end up getting hit by fire or blizzard while you roll, you're absolutely fucked. Because you're definitely going to get tagged by the rest of the hits, and you're going to die. So Barrett would have to have enough ATB to arise your ass. Yeah, that sounds about right. Yeah, because you'd probably you'd get reprieved, then you'd die again, probably due to something else hitting you off of 1 HP. You have to arise and then arise again. That would be really obnoxious. Specimen, why are you such a hateful little monster? Alright, so after Specimen, we're going to chuck Mithril Blade back on and go into Gotterdammerung.
It's pretty late, but I bet
and
people are still here
Thundera.
dealing with the aftermath of Sector 7.
It's their own damn fault.
Tried to skip there a little bit early, but I really wish we could save load right here just to get full movement speed back. Because I hate this camera angle with a passion. I don't know why it pisses me off so bad, but I hate that damn camera angle.
Then we have a winner.
I'm like, I don't give a shit that they planted a giant tree in the middle of their fucking thing.
You work here? The mayor.
The best.
That's right.
That's right, I am the best, scrub. Wait, what?
We have a state. If you beat the sim,
I do like the fact that SD works out so good here. Pretty nice, honestly. So you can do easy here because there's no hard setting, so there's no rule that says we have to do normal when hard isn't available.
Just in case.
Okay, I thought I whiffed with that self-destruct on the back one. Nice.
That's the way to do it.
I find that that's the easier way to go through this. Plus, it gets you some MP back for the garage. No, dude, I thought Barrett was outside still. And then I saw him and I was like, no.
All right, here.
No. So either one of the Tifa or Barrett can get stuck outside before you enter the VR, and then they'll come running into the room, which will open up the door for you sooner. So you don't have to bother waiting for it to open because it takes a while to actually open. Oh, guys, we're gonna go get Kunsel. Okay, who the hell's Kunsel and why do I care? Crisis Core was a game, boys. Crisis Core was a game. I actually like Crisis Core. I was tempted to speedrun that at some point, and I might actually. Although it has a pretty archaic combat system compared to this game. It's very caveman and Spartan. Then again, there's only so much you can do with action style with one character. It's not like you can do a proper RPG usually with a single character.
Do you think that's where Professor Hojo is?
That's why Dragon Warrior is a little bit less... that's why after the first Dragon Warrior, they kind of gave you more than one party member all the time. As epic as it is, it's kind of hard to come up with a bunch of strats and stuff other than, do you swing at it, do you defend, or do you heal? You know?
Never mind. You're right. Oh, thank God. No one's in here.
Gonna mash through some of this dialogue. Cloud's gonna waddle back and forward.
Gotcha.
So I have some time saves here because I had a stroke when I was going through the vents earlier yesterday, and my brain just shut the fuck down, and I was making turns like I was like 6 turns ahead. I don't even know what. Like right here, I started and turned right at this T junction instead of left, and by the time I realized that, I was like, oh fuck, no, turn left. I already started committing to the right, so I had to go forward. Can we? I really don't know where the best spot is, but there you go. That's some time save already. Boy, oh boy, oh boy, oh. So we should be done in under an hour. Oh, prayer hands in chat type thing. May the RNG gods bless me. Or at least not curse me. That's all I'm looking for, so Mithril into Goddard onto Barrett. No. The 90-degree corners are a lot more generous than the T junctions. The T junctions require you to be at like a very specific point for it to start taking that right input. If you do it well like that, if you notice Cloud start slowing down, you want to start tilting really hard towards the side you want to go to. So this one you can kind of go the direction you want on the 90-degree angles. But the vents themselves are pretty hard to get really fluid movement in. They're pretty touchy. Huh? Would be nice if you could just hold, mash into triangle and then hold it for the skip, but it's still faster to open up the menu. Alright, so we got plenty of time on Specimen. That's a little bit of time extra. I don't believe the auto splitter works right for Specimen, but I could be wrong. I'll have to keep in mind to go for that after the fight. I also got to make sure to Curiga up. I used to use Cure Magnify here, so I didn't have to bother with it. But Arrow Magnify is just so much more important to have in the lab, so I can't really disrupt Mithril Blade. So I have to Kiriga Cloud separately and call it a day, unfortunately. Alright, let's not get raked over the coals. And if I do get raked, let's get the perfect counter.
Instead.
Okay. We want to wrong character into wrong? What? Zircon specimen. Okay. Okay. That's really awful. I took a ton of damage from a bunch of different shit I did not need to get hit by, but that's fine. I guess the game was making sure I had an ascension in my back pocket. Is that an ascension in your back pocket, or are you just happy to see me? Well, that's not the back pocket. That'd be kind of neat.
Take it from here.
Okay. Okay. Get scrubbed, dubbed. Eat my dub, scrub. The nice thing about this is I don't need to bother with Wind Elemental on Barret. I can keep him on Lightning Synergy and it still functions properly. So nice. So we're gonna Star Shower here, switch over to Barret, roll back, buffer a Somersault, and then I should be able to overcharge. And get a little bit of bar here. Go into a Max Fury. Okay, good. I delayed it long enough. Barret, spell, Kiriga Cloud. And then we want to go into Mithril. No. Godder, yes. Want to put on Thundera. And Erara. God damn it.
Calling wind.
Yeah, I'll do it.
That it? Bring it.
Are you serious? Oh my, that's so awful.
Y'all about to see one hell of a light show.
I should split for Specimen, like, at Specimen, but whatever. I'll probably just skip that split. Again. I guess I should just delete Specimen, to be perfectly honest. Well, that was cool. The Specimen eyeballs really tried to screw me over, and I still made it through that fight pretty much unscathed. Plus, I got no rake in phase 2, so it was quicker. Normally, I have to hesitate in phase 2 to wait for the rake to resolve to get him to the other side of the room so I can uppercut into Star Shower uppercut. But when I get no rake like that, I can parry over there with Tifa, uppercut, Star Shower uppercut. I think more or less I end up doing the couple of parries, but it's a little bit quicker doing it this way. That should be it for Chapter 16, though. Yeah, that sounds about right, actually. So that's pretty good. We got the sum of best down to 433.30. Nice. We'll delete Specimen, I think, after this, because I never remember the split for it. Never, ever, ever. Never, ever, ever will there be a blank. So we're coming up to the next biggest menu in the game. I gotta remember a few things here. I know that the materia is a bit fucky, from what I could tell. So I gotta remember to fix that.
Same elevator that
I need to have Wind, Magnify, and Lightning on Aerith. Comes to her time to shine.
That elevator, was it this way?
Yes. His odor is still.
So I did mess around with using Mithril Blade on the Sledgeworms over Iron Blade, and found that there's literally, like, for me, there's, like, no difference. You boost.
Let's be smart.
Alright, what do we got Wind on? Blade Burst on you. Are you serious, though?
Let's do this.
That's... holy shit. That's pretty bad luck. Tifa, can I get you to hear me up? That was pretty bad luck, honestly, getting tagged by that Thundiga. As I cast a little bit, the Blade Burst a little bit. This right here, too, feels like a place where you should be able to save load. But, like, I've messed with it before. If it's frame perfect, I don't know.
Shinra's
But
dark secret.
I tell you what, the game doesn't want you save loading right there. I guess I shouldn't even bring up save loads anymore. It's just fucking act like they don't exist, right? Excuse me, camera? I disagree. Alright, so we're in the lab. That's pretty good.
I'd better hurry.
So now we are in the final dungeon. It's where the game kind of goes pear-shaped.
Test subject pods? Guess I can use these.
I kind of wish I'd done more marathon-esque commentary for this, but I guess the community in the state that it's in, or at least the Discord community, can very easily kind of lead to this. I've heard some people mention that they sr.com, SRC is what's usually used for some communities. Seems fairly interesting to me to do that. I wonder how that functions. I don't think I've done anything else, but I've done some SRC. Come on, fucker.
Need a hand?
Just trying to get some trash off my floor. Arrow. Triple ski. You gotta love how high he was flying.
You okay?
Yeah.
Nowhere close.
Let's go.
I love how the moth unit's got so much HP that I have to frickin' like ATB boost in between my attacks to make sure I have enough.
If we flip that...
I may be able to do that.
Alright.
Sure?
So the sum of best segments is kind of what I was looking for. I think a 430, like, 2 is possible on console. So being close to that on PC is kind of what I was looking for. PC obviously saves a gigantic chunk of time compared to console, because the loads are completely removed. Between 10 to 15 minutes if you're running at 60 frames is what it looks like. Which is where most reasonable computers are going to be. Especially if you're streaming, you're gonna have a hard time running at higher than 60 stable. That's catastrophe.
For how long?
I'm on Cloud. I thought I was on Cloud. What the hell?
This won't take long. Enough.
Shit, it's like they're turning out monsters here.
That's not fun.
Let's be smart. Fry.
This is gonna
I don't know if that'll actually... That did reach. Nice. Oops.
Hey.
Yeah.
If you say
Probably should have Thunder it at that distance, to be honest.
first,
It would have been worth it, the time save of not having to risk the Blade Burst not reaching. Does Mithril Saber have Bloodsucker? Why is my HP gone back up?
Going back.
Did Red heal me? I'm pretty sure Mithril Saber does not have Bloodsucker.
All right, now you're starting to impress me.
Barrett, where are you going? Would you please stop pacing like a dad?
Be right there.
I know we're towards the end of the game, but don't get too impatient, buddy. You're gonna make it harder for me. So if we get on these tubes as soon as possible, we won't really get fully slowed down. Get around the cutscene a little bit quicker than intended. They normally want you to go jogging speed at best. And you can actually break the speed cap and you get over the pods quick enough.
Thanks.
Roger that.
Okay.
Hey, you think
So the
Cloud's
next
doing
menu
okay?
is going to be the
He's been acting
definer
really
of
weird
how much time
lately.
I save or
More
lose.
than usual.
True.
I think the reason I've been shaving a lot of time is I'm finally getting used to the newer late game menus that I have.
Oh, I guess this has to be the third ward, right?
Think so.
I love how these two dialogues overrun each other.
There
It's kind
has
of
to be something
funny
we can do.
to me.
Let's look around.
Gotcha.
All right.
Should let Cloud know.
Or 3917, huh? Sounds too nice to be true. Maybe I'll actually, like, not
We found the
hunt
door to
Genova and do the rest of the fights well,
About those-
too. That'd be really nice to get, like, a 436 or 437, I guess.
Some sort of
Is it gonna happen? Probably not. I can shave
All
2
right.
minutes off, I'll be happy.
We'll make our way to the
I'll be
central
really
terminal.
happy. I'll take
Sit
1
tight until you hear
1
from us.
minute and 6 seconds. Push below the 440 barrier.
I don't give a shit about any of it.
And skip that.
We must first find a passage that leads to the center.
Tough, but doable.
Oh yeah! I've been waiting for this.
Scatter.
Make your eyeballs
Just in case.
there. This is gonna sting. Coming at you hard and fast.
Keep it up, man.
Yeah, you too.
Okay. So I'm going to heal up a little bit here. I would rather not waste Barrett's MP this early on, so I can avoid grabbing some of the crates. I found out that on Barrett and Cloud's side, I can get away without grabbing the crates for the most part, because I have a quite a bit of...
Tifa, we accessed the central terminal. The door should be unlocked.
Quite a bit of stuff.
We will. See you in a bit.
Okay. We want initially this, that. Wind, magnify, correct. Then that should be into iron. No. Barrett into what again? Wrecking ball. No. And Goddard Dummeron to Tifa. Yes. And we want to go MP up for this, MP up for that. Then it's time materia, correct, for this. Subversion here, binding here, subversion for cleansing, HP up for fire. Should be correct. Binding for Aerith's fire. Aerith needs to be on what? No. Wind, and this needs to be lightning. Let me think about that for a second. Lightning. Cleansing fire. Okay, this needs to be wind, that, and I need lightning, yeah. That's fucking weird. And then this binding needs to be here instead of that. That's really awful. I hate everything that just happened, but at least I caught it really quick. Into Thundera, Soul, and I want Catastrophe into point... No, we want Cloud to be on Thundera and self-destruct here. Awful. Awful, awful, awful. Okay, so this menu is wrong, and I need to figure out what causes it to be wrong, because that's the second run in a row. I thought it was just me simply misplacing stuff, but that seems to be a lot bigger of an issue.
Run away, right? You asked for it, high wind.
That's,
Glad that's over.
that was a lot of fucked up stuff, honestly. I think there was a lot of fire materia there that shouldn't have been, and it was in the wrong slot, too. The fire binding was easily something that I could have fixed because I forgot to move down the binding onto Aerith. The other fire materia not being lightning, though, is a bigger issue. Maybe I'm supposed to give that to her from Barrett earlier? Probably. I don't know. Barrett needs lightning. So, you know, we'll just stop thinking about it and work on the run right now.
Yeah, don't think you'll walk away from this. Go on. Keep it up.
Aerith, what are you doing?
I think we're almost done. Who's gonna get windy? Oh, gotta go for it now. Got your number.
Okay. Just...
Too bright?
I meant to somersault, but I guess the thunder was definitely the quicker of the two. We'll grab the MP crate here. And that dog room gets really screwed up super quick now. Oops, I gotta get a lot better at that. So we're gonna somersault here, and then into a soul drain.
I don't want any trouble.
The soul drain's pretty good at pulling that Zenine, and making sure it doesn't do anything stupid. And it also gives a little bit of MP back, obviously, so that extra 6 MP is nice. It makes it so that this over here usually fully restores her MP. Or it gets her fairly close to max. I'm not sure if it's 91 or 92 that's her max MP normally with this setup. Normally has 3 elements though, so that's kind of weird. I need to look at this menu though. Very odd. I'll have to look at my start and see what screws it up. Maybe it's a... You know what it is? It's probably a lightning materia that I don't have, but I have on my console version. That's getting misplaced and I'm not realizing it. Okay, that's annoying as hell. Excuse me? Thunder, that piece of trash.
I got how shocking. Watch yourself. See ya.
Yep, that's whatever. Gonna have to take the L on that. I'm definitely gonna have to soul drain on Genova to fix that because I'm not gonna be able to recover enough MP to fix it completely. I could thunder the turrets, I guess. Yeah, the Zenene. I probably should switch to doing the arrow magnify stuff you do, but I'm trying to manipulate my MP.
I think we're almost done.
Please don't.
All set.
You jittery? That's a win.
By the way, what you mentioned about the the sledge worms, how you said you don't go for somersault, I finally realized you can back the fight up with a Thundera by just building ATB naturally. So Thundera mag, I figured. I was considering switching back, but I wasn't 100% sold on it. But I was thinking, like, the implications of the menu is it makes your life a lot easier. Because then you have ice and wind, or ice and lightning, and the only thing you have to add on later is wind. So you cut an MP up for wind, I think. But yeah, I was considering switching back. Wind is pretty good for lurching the dogs, but that's about all it's good for, to be perfectly frank. So we want to toggle this out for, where's the magic up? Magic up. Yeah, failed experiment is pretty stupid.
It stinks.
More of Hojo's
Those hopping idiots are like, there's not much you can do about it. It's basically you win or you lose somewhere, right? You could always go for the somersault.
Push them back.
Triple. ATBs. Oh my lord, what is this?
Focus.
Oh, thank God he got caught into that. That Zenene got caught the fuck out by Stardust Ray. Barrett, I need to give fucking Red like a little Scooby snack or something. That fight would have been dog shit. Star Shower or Sork Storm? That's probably the best way to handle it. Run up Sork Storm. Double MP magic up should be enough. Sure. I didn't actually lose time here. I just forgot to split. I don't really care though. We'll unsplit it. I definitely saved time. I think I did anyway. I'm not gonna bother with this MP stack. I'm gonna grab it on the next one.
Commencing test.
Before the sledge worms.
Commencing test.
No holding back.
Where is it? Thunder. HP boost. Could you not though?
Keep it up, man.
Dude, getting caught in the blades like that sucks. Well, I'm on the other side of the room, but I can walk it out. Walk it off, big boy!
No matter how many times I've seen it happen. Such is the case.
I really wish I could get away with self-destructing into the sledge worms, but that's for some reason like the limit kills, but not the self-destruct. I think they get a damage cap. They hit damage cap. This is probably not right. Whatever. Please give me good ATB though. Good enough. Thunder up.
Buzz off. Focus. There.
Fuck me.
Fry. Let's do this.
What are you doing? What the actual fuck?
Come on! Damn it! Kiss my ass!
Here we go. Not looking good.
Oh my god. Shit. This is absolutely atrocious. This could not have gone any worse.
Get your shit together.
Jesus fucking Christ. Humongous fucking time.
Yes. Always did like a challenge.
Dude, could you just hit the damn thing? Oh my god, just... What? Oh my god, get me the fuck out of here. Jesus Christ. That was fucking horrific. I should have reset the moment that I whiffed with that Thundera. I got bullshitted on really hard there. Well, this run's fucking dead. That's... Okay, calm down. There's plenty of places to save that time. That's very infuriating, but it's not that bad. It is bad, but...
Remind me, this ain't a hospital, is it?
Test subjects don't
That was unfortunate.
Let's be smart.
This game does some very unfortunate things to my boot. That was very not okay. I think I can cancel the game for doing that. That was how inappropriate that was. So yeah, sledgeworms suck. Well, hopefully I get perfect sledgeworms on the other side. Not holding my breath for it, though. I'm going to guard here instead of go for a counter to try and reduce the amount of damage Cloud takes. Good, I got knocked out to the right side. Are you serious here? Are you fucking kidding me, Barrett? Dude, I hate H. That's so obnoxious. That's very unlucky, too. Oh, boy. That's not very common that happens.
Fine. One step at a time it is.
Goddard, Tifa, yes. It's for... No, not cleansing. Binding. Skillmaster, and this needs to go back to ice.
I don't see any elevators around here.
I'll let Tifa and Aerith know.
Cloud's HP doesn't actually need to go up, so I made a mistake there. That'll cost me a little bit of damage on Arsenal. But there's not much I can do about it.
We'll need to go all the way back to the central terminal.
But the door we used to get here.
Oh, yeah, sure. We'll fucking... Okay, I guess I didn't lose that much time. We'll reset and skip Brain Pod.
It's a PHS terminal. Call up Tifa.
It looks like I'm just going to have a split for the end of the lab, and that's it. Hopefully I can remember to split for Sword Pede. I'm just going to split a lot sooner than... no. Please, no. Anything but that game.
Down there?
Oh, boy. That would be 100% dead run.
Enough of you.
Okay. Alright. Now give me God Sledgeworms, please.
Right. On it.
One-shot Thundera and Somersault.
Red fell to your level.
I really was considering resetting those Sledgeworms, but there's not much I could do at that point. I was down to one of them, and it would have taken longer, I think, to take the other two back out again than whatever the hell I got there.
Nothing's gonna stop me.
Oh no, this ATB is horrendous. Oh, but.
How shocking.
But.
Kill for sure.
Alright, now double down on the Somersault here. 2 for 1.
I really wish you wouldn't.
2 for 1 special. Okay, Thundera.
You jittery? How shocking. Get up!
Watch yourself.
Okay. I tried. Instant cure, nice. Definitely good. My MP is going to be a little bit low, so it kind of stinks.
Sorry for the wait.
Now, let's get this over with. It's on you.
Tifa, Somersault.
Go on. Too bright?
Bummer, but how it has to be. Now this lab was nothing but half full glasses. What a bummer. Yeah, I think I ended up just Thundiga magnifying the failed experiments.
An elevator.
I think I ended up doing Thundera Mag, Thundiga, and then leaving the Thundiga Mag on the circle slot so that I could just unmagnify it. And same thing with Thundera, and then swapping the second Thundera out for
the record, I don't
Blizzara.
like this one bit.
So the nice thing about Thundera Magnify is it seamlessly transitions into the Thundera, Thundiga, Blizzara setup.
do this. You asked for it.
It does stink because Blizzard magnifies, or Arrow magnifies, super good for that. Okay, so I need to put Cleansing Magnify on is basically what we're doing here.
Good idea.
This for cleansing, that's this. Ice Elemental correct, Cleansing Magnify correct, into Divish, Dolphin. Dolphin's not going to change again. Put her on Thundiga, that's wrong. Thundiga and Belizera, and then we want to put you point blank, and let's go.
Right?
Yep. Well, let's go give the others the news.
Okie dokie. Huh. My notes are still wrong for Genova.
Good.
Never correct for Genova.
There's only one.
We unlocked it on.
Thanks. Wait for it there.
Right. Now we head back to that door.
This will be the first time I think I've actually split Sword Pede correctly. I wonder how much HP I'd actually siphon, but well, I guess
so.
I don't think hitting an HP cap affects the amount of HP siphoned because they still count as having more HP than that. Unless it takes care of HP waves and pools, so like HP absorb only absorbs up to that pool of HP. Who the hell knows? I don't care. Just get up here and do this garbage.
That thunder I hear.
Good job, Barrett.
Gonna touch yourself. You'll see.
We just went for the Thundera to say fuck it, because I'm gonna have to soul drain on Genova anyway. So better to get that than not. I don't think these splits are gonna be optimal between this, but whatever.
I think it might be locked from this side.
Alright, so my pace is definitely dulled, for sure. Wondering if I should just have frickin' Revival instead of Cure. To Hard Edge, nope. For Assist, and then Skill Master. Here, okay, that fixes that. Into Disorder, into Berserk, into Braver, I believe? Yeah. Two. Kind of tempted to turn Cloud down to Cross Slash, but I always forget to upgrade it back to Ascension, since there's no specific note on it.
We may find out soon.
Alright, Genova. Let's play the not screw me game. How about that? Can we play the Let's Be Friends game? All I need is a reasonable fight. I don't need a perfect fight, I just need a reasonable fight, because I can save plenty of time in other places.
The president's office, and then the roof.
I threw Arsenal so hard last time, that was not even funny.
Wait. Once we get in...
We're ready.
Getting a lot more runs to the end, I feel.
For
Not sure if I'm
ready.
Just like imagining it or not. Feels like I'm seeing the end of the game far more frequently. And with far fewer resets in between. Not sure. But let me live in my fantasy world if you guys think I'm full of shit. Let's get this final 5-0 rush boss gone. Starting off with the hardest of hard of Specimen. Or not Specimen, but Sword Pad! HP's up fine. Tifa's at 64 MP because N64 is the best console ever.
Is anybody there? Please help me. Hey!
I'm ready to go. You guys have faith in me, right? I'm not gonna punt Genova. Please don't let me punt Genova. Guys, send in your donos right now. Give me the strength to not die to Genova.
Help me.
Well.
Pull me.
What's happening?
Just move along.
Okay, Cloud ATB boost. ATB. Star Shower. That's actually Aerith. I'm gonna have to do this. Star Shower. Into Dolphin Flurry. I need to Berserk Genova, and then haste myself. And then Aerith needs to drop a ATB ward on Cloud.
All set. Show me what you can do.
Whatever, close enough. Braver into counter stance, switch over to Aerith. Charge that Tempest. Start Star Shower, Disorder. Disorder, into Star Shower, into Braver, into Star Shower. Into another Braver. Okay. Now Tifa is gonna have to heal up Cloud big time. So we're gonna jump in there. And Tifa, Cura, Cloud. Aerith, Tempest in.
That'll do.
That's that. All right. That'll do.
Are you serious with that, though?
It's over.
Tifa into... Well, we'll save that for a little bit longer.
Get him.
Into the resist now, actually. So she doesn't get silenced by accident.
That'll do.
I screwed that up big time. I didn't mean to change stances there.
No holding back. Just in case.
Tifa, I want you to Kurga yourself, actually.
All right. No holding back.
Into a focus thrust. Where the fuck Tifa be? Right there. Through strike. Through strike. Tempest. Soul Drain. Soul Drain. Tempest again. Okay. No limit, that's... No limit, no problem. I'll go for it, though. Let's get in here with a Star Shower. Cloud's Berserk. Into an additional Star Shower. Into Dolphin Flurry. Braver? That's not what I meant. Switch over to Aerith. Into Blizzara on Genova. Blizzara on Genova.
Give up.
I got this.
I did that a little bit too soon. Alright, get fucking bonked, bitch. Okay. Pincer, got her. Binding to HP up. Pincer? Yes, got her. Yep. HP up. And then assist for this. We have enough HP on Aerith, and we don't need to do anything. I gotta double check Aerith's MP though. 106, that's more than enough. Let's go, let's go, let's go, let's go, let's go. Whew. Not a good Genova, but serviceable. We just need to not lose time somewhere else.
Everyone okay?
No.
Triple ski. Yeah, boy! So we're gonna go for a full combo into a Fury Poke, into a Focus Thrust. We're gonna spin out, spin back in, and do 1, 2, 3, 4 off that single hit, and wait. This will set up a stagger on Darkstar no matter what we do right at the beginning. So I'm going to take a cheap shot at him and then hit him with Triple Slash for full damage. If triple slash hits the same target multiple times, it suffers a damage penalty, but we want to get that that additional 60% damage bonus off of the first hit of triple slash, so that it hits as hard as it can. So, whoa, and then triple ski in, and now we can finish off Dark Star with no problem. Should not get shot in the back of the head by Rufus. We can also mash to get out of operator stance for an additional spin out, which will usually push the last bit of damage. Smart person would sleep Rufus. I am not smart. I am Unga Bunga. So we will Unga Bunga. And the way that you Unga Bunga is Bunga the Unga. So we're going to triple slash here and go for a rollout immediately into a Blade Braver. And then do a little bit of combo here, wait till we finish up, and go out with a Disorder, and that should be enough to push. Rufus is dead. So we're going to start this with a Catastrophe on Drone A. We're going to Thunder a Drone A, and then Tempest Drone C twice to get enough ATB built up. And then we're going to try and Thunder the Drone A. Okay, now we want to come over here, Tempest Drone B, and we need to make sure to Soul Drain Drone B to get our Skillmaster loops in order and finish it off naturally. Now we can triple Blizzara this phase. That will speed things up quite significantly. We should be able to get a quicker stagger than normal. It's not exactly the most common, but this fight is very weird, so we're going to start with a Tempest here. So we're building ATB the whole time we're casting spells. Blizzara, and then we want to Tempest again, throw that in there, and then let Barret overrun. This will be a bunch of additional damage and ATB gain on Barret, and will help push the phase. This phase right here, we're going to do another Skillmaster loop. We're going to start with Thundiga to stop the Arsenal unit. Arsenal, basically whatever he does will always get stymied by the Thundera. So we're going to do that, and then we're going to point blank on purpose. And then that should get Barret in there. Tempest. We're going to do a little bit of additional swing in here, and we're going to overrun right out of the point blank to make sure we keep pushing damage. And that will make sure we push phase as soon as possible. Point blank does quite a bit of damage. It would do a lot more if we had Barret on 2 ATB. It's been buffed, but that's not the important part. It's just a little bit of extra damage that we need. There's no reason to not use it since we have that, and we're going to just split right there. That's how it be. Arsenal can suck it. You know, we'll split there. We'll be a little bit more reasonable with it. I normally split when Barret hits the floor. That is, I guess, where I should split, I guess. I guess I let the auto splitter split for me. Yep, now we have a pretty reasonable chance at 440, as long as I don't make any major mistakes. We're going to take this a little bit slow, so we don't do any big mismenus. We need to go into, shoop. I forget the game kind of, like, stops you from going in the menu for a little bit. Iron Blade, no. We're going to put you on LMG because we want the MP reduction. We'll put Goddard there. We want to gaffle both of the magic ups, right? That is Skillmaster. We need the magic up. Wind. So we're taking this Skillmaster, correct? Yes, for Barret's Wind. This can be Steadfast. And then we want to toggle this down here, this for this. We have Healing Magnify. This will be Steadfast and Refocus. Refocus is not needed anymore, but I do it anyway. Now we want to do some of our shortcutting. I believe Ascension goes here. We want to Explode and Braver. Max Fury, we want Kiriga on... not Regen. Regen is not going to work out the way we want it to. Point Blank, stay on Dolphin, Eroga, I believe, and Blizzaga. And we are ready to go into the breach. The Whispers are a very hard fight that we can lose a ton of time on. Hopefully we don't get lightning bolted from the heavens. We are in a pretty good spot right now. Self-destruct will push the phases almost immediately. So the question is, how does my ATB start here? If I have around 4,000 or 1,700 ATB, I can take a slower phase 1, but save my ATB boost so that I can correct my ATB. Unfortunately, 1,500 is too borderline for me to accept. So we're going to ATB boost right off the bat. And then we're going to ATB boost right here while we're waiting for that to fall, so we lose no time to it. And we're going to move on our way. We will be able to end phase 1 nearly immediately because of the ATB boost there, but that also means we won't have that as a backup. So phase transitioning can be quite difficult. Self-destruct meets a bunch of requirements that we need to do a ton of damage really quick, low ATB, low hit count. And what it'll do is cause the game to immediately shift the phases. I'm assuming that this is a dev tool that was meant for testing this fight. That probably wasn't intended. And not only that, but we'll get a limit out of it because we have warding subversion on. We could take HP up off of Cloud because we'll only activate Reprieve a single time. Most of it will be a Rise. But there's really like... okay, I almost did the old thing again. I'm very lucky I didn't get lightning bolted there. Kiriga. Alright, and the ATB is just fine, so we want to come all the way over here if we can, and guard. Alright, now we're into the next phase, and we got full ATB, so we're in a really good spot. We basically just need to tank whatever red's going to hit us with. If it's Fire-Go, we can SD immediately and speed things up a little bit. If we do not get to be able to get that, we can be in some harsh times. We're going to use Tifa to attack the yellow one to get Barrett some breathing room so he can arise Cloud. Once we get rid of red, the only thing targeting Barrett will be yellow. So we're going to actually get the freebie here.
I got this.
And then we're going to want to switch over to yellow here and Star Shower. And then we're going to get this other Star Shower going before I arise Cloud. Want to build some bar here, so no reason not to. Barrett, we're going to Kiriga everyone. Want to make sure everybody's in good spot. All right. And we got the Kiriga off after the phase transition, so we got to keep our HP. Nice. I think my ATB boost, is not going to be available. That's fine. We have Dolphin Flurry, which will rip apart Red Boy here. I don't know if I'll be able to transition the phase solo with that, but we're about to find out. So phases 2 and 3 are a go-go. Now we've saved the amount of time we can in those. Those went out perfectly. I can't imagine a better phase. So we're going to Dolphin Flurry, and then we might as well just go for the counter here. I want Tifa to get that. I want to build up Cloud's ATB here. Charge, and then we're going to True Strike. Uppercut cancel a few times. And then charge again with Barrett. Cloud's ATB is fine. Nobody's short damage. And then we're good. Fantastic. Phases 1, 2, and 3. Let's see how phase 4 goes. I'm going to try and stagger the blue with Barrett. Hopefully the rest of the phases go properly. The last fight was very weird. Super awkward in both execution and how I did things. I also screwed up Sephiroth, so I had to take a loss there in the menu, so I need to calm down before that and take a breather.
A glimpse of tomorrow if we fail here.
So we're going to be firing off an Ascension here immediately, and then go into Barrett. We're going to try and stagger the Blue Boy. That will let Cloud one-shot him immediately, and then we can self-destruct Yellow at our leisure and re-revive Cloud with Ascension, or Arise, rather. This will put him very close to a limit, and the next phase we're going to have to take a bunch of parry counters anyway, so there's no particular reason not to. We're just hoping Yellow doesn't interrupt Barrett to the point where he can't help push that last little bit of damage. So we're going to basically just be mashing out Ascension here, because it'll auto-target Blue, and then we're going to switch to Barrett and hope Yellow doesn't act too much of a fool. So we got...
Let's dance, asshole.
Unfortunate. That should work. There we go. And then that'll kill him. So now all I need to do is SD this guy. Bonk. There you go. And then we arise Cloud.
Let's turn this around.
And we'll get a little bit of ATB here because we can. And help push the phase a little bit faster. Alright. Perfect, 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 perfect. We're not worried about maintaining ATB here because we're going to try and push this into the next phase as soon as possible. The red one we're going to have to tank a bunch of counters from, so it really doesn't matter what we do here. I can build ATB, but no matter what it is, I have to Punisher counter 3 times on red or else it'll screw things up, so I have to stick with that. So that's pretty good first 4 phases. I can do that a little bit different, so I need to be very careful now because Barrett has a bunch of heals, a bunch of revives, and he's taken a Whisper Stagger, so I need to make sure Tifa or Aerith gets at least one of these. She gets double points compared to Barrett, so if I'm not careful, Barrett will show up in phase 3. I can work that in the right circumstance, but it shouldn't be a problem.
Take them down at the same time.
This strat is pretty much the same. If I do need to give Tifa more than yellow, let me know now. Since we're going into Bahamut, I can easily give her another Whisper if I have to.
Bring it on, bitch.
But I need to know if anybody knows that that's going to letting Barrett have one is going to throw me under the bus.
Get ready. I see you.
I plan on giving everything but yellow to Tifa. Tifa, cure Cloud.
Don't give up.
So I cure there because Cloud does take a lot of damage from that. And if things get kind of dicey, he can end up getting hit pretty hard. We're going to go into Ascension here. I just want to make sure Cloud's facing the right direction, which he is not again. We're going to wait until Ascension starts hitting and then start charging Tempest. Wait for Bahamut to fall. I think I may have done that a little bit too high. Hopefully not. Looks like I didn't.
One more shot.
Uppercut. Okay, I did do it a little bit too high, it looks like. We're going to turn back around here and Blade Burst. We want to get... Uh-oh. We want to... What are you doing? Hit yellow, please. Hit both of them, please. That's even better.
Get him.
See ya.
And catch.
That's that.
This one's for you.
Enough.
That's a little bit unfortunate. I'm not quite sure what that'll do. I think the other one got staggered, so he'll probably refill his bar. That's sucks. But that's the unfortunate reality of how this strat goes. I'm just gonna throw Tifa down on him with a couple of double star shower and counter anything he does. I should be fine. I'm actually gonna step up with Tifa immediately. Figured that was the case. Tifa into Star Shower.
No holding back.
Tifa, can you... I needed to do that on purpose to make sure things went correctly. Blade Burst.
Get ready. That's that. See ya. That's be gone.
The ATB boost doesn't really matter all that much. Alright, I'm assuming my points are counted correctly. Nobody has corrected me thus far. So, yellow it is. I can hot swap between yellow and blue, but it looks like yellow is going to be what Aerith gets. Hopefully this doesn't screw me over.
We did it.
Right.
So Aerith, Thundaga.
Bingo. How shocking.
Okay, that's really obnoxious.
Aha. That's it. There. Barrett, go for it.
Tremble.
That's gonna lose me some time, unfortunately. I'm gonna have to just give Aerith Whisper and Pray. That's very unfortunate. Because Tifa just cannot do anything. You know what? It's low enough that I can just build the ATB slowly but surely. I'd rather make sure that this is correct. Thunder. I wanted to do Thunder, but I double Star Showered a little bit too greedily. I should have not done that. Go into that. Hard Edge, no. Magic up for HP up and Skill Master. Boost for Assist. And then I need to go into Disorder, Focus Strike, Braver, and Blizzera. Everything stays the same. Okay. Come on, Scrub. 1, 2, and 3 into Disorder, into Blizzera. Then we're gonna hop on this dude while he's going down. Spin out into a Braver. Lock on and get back. We're going to take another counter here and fire off a Blizzera. This will set up another instant stagger. Just jump on him again. And then we want to spin and Braver again. That should be enough damage. A little bit low, but that's fine. We can switch stances. All of that is to avoid forcing the transition in between the platforms. I can hit him normally, but if I buffer the attack from the regular attack that way, it will not trigger the cutscene. So that sucks. That Whisper was fantastic, but the final phase was really bad, unfortunately. So we're going to Disorder into a Slippity Slappity after a stance change, and we're going to Dolphin Flurry from behind. Build a little bit of bar here. Wait for Masamune waiting. Blizzera. And that should stagger.
Let's do this.
Get out of here, buddy. We're going to send him into the moon. And then I'm going to jump him with Cloud as soon as I get the chance.
Here we go.
Send her in.
Seizing the opening. Now's our chance.
Let's do this.
So everybody's at perfect ATB. We're good to go. Woo! Now we in phase 3. Let's find out. Aerith should be guaranteed in this phase because I fed her yellow. She gets so many points that Barrett just can't help himself. There we go. Whew, I got worried even though I didn't hear the Gatling gun fire. Very easy to... I need to be careful here with Aerith too and make sure she doesn't jump into Smeffy Roth. I guess it doesn't matter because I'll have to move anyway. Blizzaga. Not wrong character.
Get ready.
I'll put you on ice. Go on.
Blizzera.
Bundle up.
One more shot. Come on.
Gotcha. Try me.
Into Infinity End. Aerith into Blizzera.
Let's finish this.
Right.
Time to get serious.
Feeling chilly? Got your number. Gotcha. This one's for you.
All right. Fantastic phase 2. Or phase 3, excuse me. So we're going to throw in an Ascension. That's going to be mostly what we need. So Ascension, Cloud, Thundaga, and Star Shower. Now we wait. That's what I was looking for.
Welcome back.
Now, that's not a perfect run by any means, but...
We can do this. We can. We can change it. Make it right.
They're actually shaking, huh? I think I can do better than this, but we'll have to wait and see. This is a really good PC run. I'll probably shift back to PS5 after this. I want to achieve this time on the PS5 with no loads removed. But I'd say a sub 440 is very good PC-wise. The PC saves a lot of time, so this record is deceivingly good compared to PS5. But that end game, outside of Genova, was as solid gets. Rufus went exactly as planned, perfectly. Arsenal, not a single misfire. Whispers went pretty decent. I got unfortunate with the yellow, or the blue and red grouping up so that I couldn't use Braver properly. It was either use Braver and speed things up, and I also screwed myself by self-destructing on the yellow as it was backing up. So I lost a lot of damage output. So I had to Star Shower twice and then build bar. It was a little bit greedy of me, and it did lose me probably about 10 to 15 seconds of screwing around on the final phase. 437.40 though, I'm gonna submit this to the leaderboard, and I think this is a good goal for somebody to aspire to beat. I look forward to seeing PC runners smash this like it's a joke. It could be faster, but I'll take what I can get right now.
The edge.
PS5 is my next chip. I'll come back to this once I get my PC controller, probably, and do some more work with this. But for right now, I've had enough of this silly little Xbox controller.
Together.
So thanks, everybody. I'm going to stop the recording. Let me